Hey there, welcome to the channel. Sit back, relax, and let your mind wander as we delve into some of the most disturbing, haunting, and complex stories of kidnapping. These aren't just your everyday cases. They are real-life accounts that will make you question the darkest corners of human nature. Kidnapping is not just a crime, it's an abomination that shatters lives, leaving scars that last forever. As we go through these stories, you'll encounter tales of courage, survival, and resilience. But you'll also see the ugly reality of betrayal, manipulation, and greed. From high-profile celebrity abductions to heart-wrenching cases that remain unsolved, we'll explore the depths of this dark world and try to understand what drives people to commit such atrocities and how victims and their families cope with the aftermath. This series is not just about the crime itself. It's about understanding the emotional and psychological consequences that go hand in hand with these horrific events. These are the stories that define what it means to lose control, to be vulnerable, and to fight for survival when everything around you seems impossible. It's not just about kidnappings. It's about the lasting impact on victims, families, and communities, and how society works to heal, find justice, and, hopefully, prevent future tragedies. So, close your eyes for a moment if you need to. Feel the tension and get ready for a journey into the shadowy world of kidnappings, where each story leaves a mark you won't forget. The Lindbergh kidnapping is one of the most infamous and disturbing abduction cases in U.S. history. In 1932, the world was stunned when Charles Lindbergh Jr., the 20-month-old son of famed aviator Charles Lindbergh and his wife Anne Morrow Lindbergh, was taken from their home in Hopewell, New Jersey. The case not only shocked the nation, but also captivated the global media, and it would go on to leave a lasting mark on how the U.S. would approach kidnapping investigations in the future. Charles Lindbergh was already an international hero before the abduction. In 1927, he made history as the first person to fly solo non-stop across the Atlantic Ocean, a feat that earned him global recognition and made him a household name. His wife, Anne, was an accomplished author and aviator in her own right, and together they had become symbols of American success and idealism. But their world was about to come crashing down when their infant son, Charles Jr., was taken in the middle of the night. The abduction occurred on March 1st, 1932. Charles Lindbergh Jr. was put to bed in a second-floor nursery by his nanny, and by the time Anne Lindbergh checked on him later that night, he was gone. A ransom note was found in the nursery, demanding $50,000 in exchange for the safe return of the child. The note was written in a mix of clear and broken English and included details about the Lindberghs' personal lives, making it clear that the kidnapper knew intimate details of the family's life. The Lindberghs immediately contacted the police, and the investigation began in earnest. However, the ransom demand was just the beginning of what would become a deeply disturbing and complicated case. The Lindbergh family, in an attempt to cooperate with the kidnappers, made the ransom money available, hoping to secure their son's return. But the kidnapper, who later became known as the Lindbergh kidnapper, was elusive. Despite the family's best efforts to communicate with the kidnapper through more ransom notes and phone calls, there was no sign of their son. The case grew even more chilling when, after weeks of tense negotiations, the body of Charles Lindbergh Jr. was discovered. On May 12, 1932, just 2 months after the abduction, the child's body was found in a wooded area about 4.5 miles from the Lindberghs' home. The child had been killed, and it appeared that the body had been dumped there shortly after the kidnapping. The manner in which the child was killed, head trauma caused by a blow to the skull, suggested that it was a deliberate act of violence. The discovery of the body set off a media frenzy. The case, already one of the most talked about events in American history, turned into a public spectacle as detectives, journalists, and members of the public scrambled to make sense of the crime. The emotional toll on the Lindbergh family was immeasurable. Anne and Charles Lindbergh's world, once filled with public admiration and personal pride, was now consumed by grief and a desperate desire for justice. The investigation quickly expanded, and the media coverage became overwhelming. The Lindbergh case took on a life of its own, with theories about the abductor and the crime emerging from all corners of society. The Lindberghs offered a reward for information leading to the arrest of the killer, and thousands of tips flooded in. Law enforcement agencies, including the FBI, were involved in the search for the killer, but the breakthrough came unexpectedly. In September 1934, nearly 2.5 years after the kidnapping, a German immigrant named Richard Hauptmann was arrested. Hauptmann was found to have a large sum of money that matched the serial numbers of the ransom bills. He was also linked to the crime through handwriting analysis and the discovery of a tool used in the kidnapping. Hauptmann was quickly charged with the murder and kidnapping of Charles Lindbergh Jr., and the trial that followed was a media circus. The trial, which began in January 1935, captivated the world. Hauptmann was found guilty of kidnapping and murdering Charles Lindbergh Jr., and he was sentenced to death. His appeals for clemency were denied, and Hauptmann was executed in 1936. Despite his conviction, doubts about his guilt persisted, with some believing that Hauptmann was either innocent or that he had been the victim of a rushed trial. Others believed that Hauptmann had been part of a larger conspiracy. But the truth behind the crime remains shrouded in mystery to this day. The kidnapping of Charles Lindbergh Jr. changed the course of American history. The case led to the establishment of the Federal Kidnapping Act, also known as the Lindbergh Law, which made kidnapping a federal offense if the victim was taken across state lines. It also prompted changes in law enforcement practices and led to the creation of a more coordinated effort to investigate and solve abduction cases. The emotional and psychological impact of the kidnapping on the Lindbergh family was profound. Charles and Anne Lindbergh never fully recovered from the loss of their son, and their lives, once marked by public acclaim and joy, were forever marred by tragedy. The Lindbergh case serves as a chilling reminder of the vulnerability of families, the ruthlessness of criminals, and the lasting impact of abduction on all those involved. The story of Charles Lindbergh Jr. continues to resonate with us today as one of the most disturbing and tragic kidnapping stories in history. The 2002 kidnapping of 14-year-old Elizabeth Smart shocked the nation and became one of the most high-profile cases of child abduction in modern U.S. history. Elizabeth, from Salt Lake City, Utah, was taken from her home in the middle of the night by Brian David Mitchell, a self-proclaimed prophet, and his wife, Wanda Bazi. For 9 long months, Elizabeth was held captive, enduring unimaginable abuse and psychological manipulation. However, her incredible rescue became a symbol of hope for families affected by abductions and was a testament to her resilience and survival. The night of June 5, 2002, started like any other for Elizabeth Smart. She had gone to bed in her room across the hall from her younger sister, and the house was quiet. But that night, a man crept into her home, slipped into her room, and held a knife to her throat. Brian David Mitchell, the kidnapper, had been planning the abduction for some time. He had chosen Elizabeth as his victim after stalking her and believed that he had been divinely instructed to take her. Mitchell, accompanied by his wife Wanda Barzee, abducted Elizabeth from her home in Salt Lake City, Utah, and took her to a remote location. He told her that she would never see her family again, and manipulated her into thinking that her captors were her new family. Elizabeth's abduction shocked not only the local community, but the entire nation. Despite the efforts of law enforcement, Mitchell and Barzee managed to evade capture, and the public was left in a state of disbelief as the investigation unfolded. During her captivity, Elizabeth was subjected to horrifying psychological and physical abuse. She was often told that no one was looking for her and that her family had abandoned her. Mitchell and Barzee isolated her from the outside world and created an environment of fear and control. They told her that if she tried to escape or speak to others, they would harm her family. For months, Elizabeth endured this treatment, with little hope of rescue. The case quickly garnered national attention, and the search for Elizabeth Smart became a media sensation. Her parents, Ed and Lois Smart, worked tirelessly with law enforcement agencies and volunteers and the FBI to try to locate their daughter. As weeks turned into months, hope began to fade. Despite all the efforts to find her, Elizabeth seemed to have disappeared without a trace. But in March 2003, almost 9 months after her abduction, Elizabeth was spotted walking in a neighborhood in Sandy, Utah. 2 women recognized her from the missing persons posters that had been circulated nationwide. They immediately contacted the police, who responded quickly to the scene. The officers arrested Mitchell and Barzee, and Elizabeth was finally free after nearly 300 days of captivity. Elizabeth's rescue was a moment of triumph, but it was also the beginning of a long journey of healing. Her recovery from the trauma she endured in captivity would not be easy, and it would take years of therapy, emotional support, and time for her to feel safe again. In the years following her rescue, Elizabeth became a vocal advocate for missing persons, child safety, and victims of abuse. She spoke openly about her experiences, using her voice to educate others about abduction prevention and the importance of family support for victims of trauma. Mitchell and Barzee were arrested and charged with multiple crimes, including kidnapping and sexual assault. Mitchell was convicted and sentenced to life in prison, while Barzee was sentenced to 15 years. The case also led to discussions about the psychological effects of long-term captivity, with experts focusing on Elizabeth's emotional recovery after her ordeal. The experience of Stockholm Syndrome, where victims develop emotional bonds with their captors, was a topic of much debate, though Elizabeth never exhibited these traits. Elizabeth's story was one of resilience, and her ability to survive in the face of unimaginable circumstances has inspired countless people worldwide. Her bravery in speaking out about her abduction, her experience, and her eventual healing journey showed the strength of the human spirit, even after enduring the most horrific crimes. In addition to her personal healing, Elizabeth founded the Elizabeth Smart Foundation in 2011. The foundation's mission is to prevent child abduction, provide resources for survivors of abductions, and educate the public about safety measures. Through her foundation and her public advocacy work, Elizabeth continues to make a difference in the lives of those affected by abductions and other forms of violence. Her story, though marked by tragedy, is a testament to hope, survival, and the possibility of recovery, even in the darkest of circumstances. Elizabeth Smart's kidnapping and eventual rescue remain one of the most remarkable and disturbing cases of abduction, and her journey serves as an inspiration to others who have faced similar horrors. The Ariel Castro kidnappings became a notorious case that shocked the nation and brought attention to the dark realities of modern-day captivity. In 2002, 3 young women, Michelle Knight, Gina DeJesus, and Amanda Berry, were abducted and held captive for years in a house on Seymour Avenue in Cleveland, Ohio. Ariel Castro, the man behind their kidnapping, subjected the women to unimaginable horrors during their time in captivity. The case garnered widespread media attention, and their eventual rescue in 2013 became a moment of hope and triumph, though it also shed light on the long-lasting emotional toll that such trauma takes on its victims. Ariel Castro was a former school bus driver in Cleveland who, on the surface, appeared to be an ordinary man. However, he harbored dark and twisted desires. Over the course of a decade, he abducted 3 young women using manipulation, violence, and coercion to control and imprison them. Michelle Knight was the first victim, abducted on August 23, 2002. At the time, she was 21 years old, struggling with personal issues and looking for a way to make ends meet. Castro lured her into his home under the pretense of offering help, but once inside, he locked her in a room and began his reign of terror. Michelle would spend 11 years in captivity, enduring extreme abuse and isolation. 2 years later, in April 2004, Castro kidnapped Gina DeJesus, a 14-year-old girl, as she was walking home from school. Gina's disappearance shocked the local community, and her family launched a public campaign to find her. Little did they know, she was being held just a few houses away, in a room where she, too, would be subjected to years of torment. Finally, in 2007, Castro abducted Amanda Berry, a 16-year-old high school student who was walking home from work. This would mark the third and final abduction, but it would also be the turning point in the case. For years, the women remained hidden from the world, locked in rooms within Castro's house. They were not allowed to leave and had minimal contact with the outside world. Castro's control over them was total. He would feed them only scraps of food, physically abuse them, and subject them to sexual violence. The women were forbidden from speaking to one another, and they were forced to live in constant fear, knowing that their captor could snap at any moment. Over time, each woman experienced a range of psychological effects, from depression to feelings of hopelessness, but they also held on to the faint hope that one day they would escape. While the women suffered in captivity, the case of their abductions continued to haunt the city of Cleveland. Castro's actions were so carefully concealed that even after years of searching, law enforcement was unable to uncover the truth. The public's attention waned, and other missing person cases, such as those of Gina and Michelle, fell further into the background. However, on May 6, 2013, everything changed when Amanda Berry, who had been held captive for 6 years, managed to escape. She had been able to make contact with a neighbor named Charles Ramsey, who had heard her cries for help. Amanda pounded on a door, pleading for someone to help her escape, and Ramsey rushed to her aid. As soon as Amanda was free, she immediately called 911, alerting authorities to the kidnapping. She told dispatchers that she had escaped from a house where 2 other women were still being held. Law enforcement quickly responded, and after some tense moments, Michelle Knight and Gina DeJesus were found alive, just as Amanda had described. The women's ordeal had finally come to an end after more than a decade of captivity. The rescue of Michelle, Gina, and Amanda made headlines around the world, offering a sense of relief and closure to the victims and their families. The news coverage focused on the bravery and resilience of the women, as well as the horror they had endured. It also sparked widespread discussions about the failure of law enforcement to solve the case sooner and the psychological impact of prolonged captivity. The women's experiences in captivity were shocking, but their courage in the face of such adversity was nothing short of remarkable. Ariel Castro's capture was the culmination of a complex investigation that had spanned over a decade. He was arrested shortly after the women's rescue and charged with multiple counts of kidnapping, rape, and other crimes. During his trial, Castro claimed that he had never intended to harm the women and that he had simply wanted to love them. But his actions were irrefutable. The women's testimony during the trial, detailing the years of physical and emotional abuse, painted a horrifying picture of his manipulation and control. In August 2013, Ariel Castro was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He also received an additional 1,000 years for his crimes. However, just a month after his sentencing, he was found dead in his prison cell, the victim of an apparent suicide. The aftermath of the kidnappings left the survivors with complex emotions. Michelle, Gina, and Amanda each faced their own personal struggles in the years following their release. While they were given the opportunity to heal and rebuild their lives, the scars of their experiences would remain with them forever. They spoke openly about their trauma, with Amanda writing a memoir about her abduction, which became a bestseller. She also became an advocate for missing persons and victims of abuse, using her platform to raise awareness about the horrors of captivity. The Ariel Castro kidnappings serve as a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit, even in the face of unimaginable abuse. The case also brought attention to the importance of keeping missing persons cases in the public eye and the need for law enforcement to act quickly and decisively when investigating abductions. While the women's story had a hopeful conclusion, the horrors they endured during their captivity will never be forgotten, and their courage continues to inspire others who have faced similar trauma. On July 15, 1976, one of the most shocking and daring kidnappings in U.S. history took place in Chowchilla, California. A school bus filled with 26 children and their bus driver, Frank Edward Murphy, was hijacked by two criminals, Richard and James Schoenfeld. The crime would become infamous for its audacity, the children's remarkable escape, and the long-lasting impact it had on the nation's approach to child safety and abduction prevention. It all started like a regular school day when Frank Murphy was transporting children from the local elementary school in Chowchilla. As he was driving the bus along his usual route, two armed men, later identified as Richard and James Schoenfeld, stopped the bus and hijacked it at gunpoint. The brothers, in desperate financial straits, planned to hold the bus driver and children hostage, demanding a ransom of $5 million. They believed that the families of the children would pay the ransom to ensure their safe return. The Schoenfeld brothers, after taking control of the bus, drove it to a remote area where they had already prepared a buried truck as a makeshift prison. The vehicle had been lined with metal bars and filled with dirt, creating a suffocating, coffin-like space. The kidnappers forced the children and their bus driver into the truck, where they would be held in the heat, confined and fearful for their lives. The kids, who ranged in age from 5 to 14 years old, were forced to lie down in the dark and airless space, overwhelmed by the intense heat and the feeling of being trapped. The truck was buried under tons of dirt, and the children realized that they could easily suffocate if they didn't find a way out. Hours passed, and the captives remained in complete darkness, unsure of what would happen next. But the children, led by 14-year-old Michael Marshall, managed to stay calm and devise a plan for escape. In an incredible display of teamwork and resilience, the children began digging. They used their hands, feet, and whatever objects they could find to dig through the dirt that had trapped them in the underground pit. Slowly, they managed to clear away enough dirt to create an opening, and one by one, they climbed to freedom. After nearly 16 hours of captivity, The children and Murphy had escaped the buried truck, but they still faced the challenge of getting help. Emerging from the dirt, the children and Murphy found themselves in the hot California sun, surrounded by nothing but fields and isolation. However, they remained calm and worked together to flag down a passing motorist who immediately contacted the police. Authorities rushed to the scene and the children were rescued. The investigation into the kidnapping quickly ramped up. The authorities focused their efforts on identifying and apprehending the kidnappers. Richard and James Schoenfeld were eventually caught, along with a third man, Fred Woods, who had played a role in helping the brothers plan the kidnapping. The three men were arrested and charged with kidnapping, extortion, and child endangerment. They were later convicted, with Richard and James receiving life sentences and Fred Woods receiving a 25-year sentence. In the years following the kidnapping, the children were given counseling to help them cope with the trauma of their experience. While their physical injuries healed, the emotional scars of being held captive for so long took a much longer time to address. Some of the children went on to speak publicly about their experience, and their bravery in the face of such a terrifying ordeal became an inspiration to others. The Chowchilla kidnapping case had a significant impact on law enforcement and child safety. It raised public awareness about the need for stronger protections for children, especially regarding school transportation and abduction prevention. It also highlighted the importance of quick response and communication when dealing with such high-stakes, high-risk situations. The kidnapping, though harrowing, ultimately led to better safety measures and an increase in awareness about the potential dangers of child abduction. The children of Chowchilla, despite their terrifying experience, survived their ordeal. Their escape was a testament to their courage, resilience, and resourcefulness in the face of unimaginable fear. The case remains a chilling reminder of the vulnerability of children, but also of the extraordinary strength that can emerge when people work together to survive. The story of the Chowchilla bus kidnapping is not only about the crime, it's about how a group of children managed to escape a buried death trap and create hope where there was none. In 1974, the world was stunned by the kidnapping of Patricia Hearst, the 19-year-old granddaughter of newspaper magnate William Randolph Hearst. Patricia, an heiress to a vast fortune, was taken by the Symbionese Liberation Army, SLA, a radical left-wing group that believed they could force political change through violence and coercion. What followed was a story of manipulation, radicalization, and a question that still haunts the public. Did Patricia Hearst willingly become involved in the SLA's criminal activities, or was she a victim of Stockholm Syndrome, emotionally bonding with her captors? Patricia Hearst, a college student at the time, was abducted from her apartment in Berkeley, California on February 4, 1974. Armed members of the SLA broke into her home in the dead of night, held her at gunpoint, and then whisked her away to a secret location. The SLA, which had already been involved in a string of violent acts, including bank robberies and bombings, demanded a ransom from Patricia's family, $70 million in food aid for the poor. Their radical goals, however, were far more sinister than financial gain. The SLA aimed to strike fear into the heart of the establishment and push their ideological agenda of anti-capitalism and anti-imperialism. For weeks after Patricia's abduction, her family and the public feared for her life. The Hearst family tried to negotiate with the kidnappers, but the SLA's demands grew increasingly unrealistic and extreme. It was during this period that Patricia's fate would take an unexpected and troubling turn. The SLA's leaders, particularly Donald DeFreeze, also known as General Field Marshal Cinque, began to communicate with Patricia via recorded messages. and soon the world would learn that she was not just being held captive, she was being transformed. In a shocking twist, Patricia appeared in an SLA-released video declaring her support for the group and denouncing her family and the government. She claimed to have willingly joined their cause, showing little to no fear of her captors. This turn of events raised serious questions. Had Patricia truly been radicalized by the SLA, or was she merely acting out of fear and manipulation? The idea of Stockholm Syndrome, a psychological phenomenon where hostages develop feelings of affection or loyalty toward their captors, began to gain traction in the media. Experts and the public debated whether Patricia's apparent conversion to the SLA's radical ideology was an act of survival or genuine belief. The SLA's demands became even more extreme. They directed the Hearst family to fulfill the food distribution requirements, but the group also pushed for political action, insisting that Patricia's continued life would depend on the public's willingness to abide by their orders. Meanwhile, Patricia's family, particularly her parents, were left confused and heartbroken. The sense of betrayal they must have felt was compounded by Patricia's actions as a captive. When Patricia was finally seen publicly with the SLA in another video, brandishing a weapon and participating in a bank robbery with her captors, the world was stunned. In April 1974, Patricia Hearst made her first appearance in a crime. She was involved in an armed robbery of a bank in San Francisco, where she participated actively, carrying a weapon and issuing commands. The footage of her holding a machine gun at the counter with her hair tied back and her face hardened by what appeared to be purpose sent shockwaves through the nation. The fact that she, the daughter of a wealthy media mogul, had become a willing participant in such a violent act raised many questions. Was this a continuation of her indoctrination, or had she truly joined the group on her own accord? Patricia's actions as an armed criminal soon earned her the name Tanya, a name that she was forced to adopt while in the SLA. Despite being a victim of kidnapping, her identity as a hostage was gradually overshadowed by her role in committing crimes with the group. The public could no longer view her merely as a captive. She was now a criminal in her own right. In September 1975, after a year and a half of criminal activity with the SLA, the FBI finally caught a break. A group of SLA members, including Patricia Hearst, was arrested following a shootout in Los Angeles. Patricia was found with weapons and stolen money, and despite her defense claiming that she had been brainwashed, she was charged with armed robbery, burglary, and other related crimes. Her trial began in 1976, and the question of whether Patricia Hearst was a victim of Stockholm Syndrome or a willing participant in the crimes was hotly debated. In 1979, Patricia Hearst was convicted of bank robbery and sentenced to 7 years in prison. However, after serving just 22 months, President Jimmy Carter commuted her sentence, and she was released in 1979. Later, in 2001, her sentence was fully pardoned by President Bill Clinton. Despite her criminal involvement, Patricia's case remains one of the most infamous and confusing kidnappings in history, raising profound questions about coercion, manipulation, and the psychological consequences of captivity. The story of Patricia Hearst is a disturbing one, a story of radicalization, manipulation, and the grey areas between victimhood and complicity. It serves as a chilling reminder of how a person's sense of self can be completely altered by force, and the lengths to which kidnappers will go to bend their captives to their will. While Patricia Hearst's case is often seen through the lens of Stockholm Syndrome, it also highlights the complexity of understanding human behavior in extreme circumstances. Ultimately, Patricia's story was not just about kidnapping, it was about the mind's fragile boundaries, the power of control, and the struggle for survival in the face of overwhelming psychological and physical abuse. Today, she continues to speak publicly about her experience, but her case remains one of the most controversial and puzzling kidnapping stories in history. The Chowchilla school bus kidnapping is a chilling and heroic tale that became a national story in 1976. On July 15th, a school bus filled with 26 children, aged 5 to 14, and their driver, Frank Murphy, was hijacked by two men, Richard and James Schoenfeld, in rural California. The abduction, which saw the children held for ransom, quickly became one of the most daring and successful escapes in kidnapping history. The perpetrators had no idea the resilience of their captives would lead to their downfall. The day started as a normal school day. Frank Murphy, the bus driver, was on his regular route in Chowchilla, California. Suddenly, two armed men, Richard and James Schoenfeld, stopped the bus and forced Murphy to drive. The Schoenfeld brothers had a desperate need for money, so they planned to abduct the children and demand a ransom of $5 million. Their goal was to hold the children and their driver for as long as it took to extract this astronomical sum from the families. Once the bus was in their control, the kidnappers took their captives to a remote location, an old moving truck that had been buried underground. The truck had been modified to hold the children, and it was packed tightly with dirt. The children were loaded into the confined space, left without food, water, or air, and the kidnappers covered the truck with dirt, effectively burying them alive. The situation was dire. The children were in a perilous situation where death by suffocation or heat was possible. However, the children's survival instincts and courage prevailed. With no immediate way to escape, the kids, led by 14-year-old Michael Marshall, began working together. They realized that the dirt was their barrier to freedom. They used their hands, feet, and whatever tools they could find to dig through the dirt. Slowly but surely, the children carved an opening big enough to escape the truck. After hours of struggling in the suffocating heat, they managed to escape the buried truck, finding themselves in the middle of a remote area, far from any help. The children, who were physically and emotionally drained, continued to show remarkable bravery. They flagged down a passing motorist, who immediately contacted the police. Law enforcement quickly responded, and soon the children were rescued. Their survival, after hours of being trapped in a buried truck, was a testament to their courage and the power of teamwork. The investigation led to the identification and arrest of Richard and James Schoenfeld. The brothers had planned the kidnapping for months, studying the bus routes and the children's schedules. Their plan fell apart once the children managed to escape and were rescued. Both Richard and James Schoenfeld were arrested and charged with kidnapping, extortion, and child endangerment. They were later convicted and sentenced to life in prison, though the case continued to resonate with society, raising questions about the safety of children in transit. The aftermath of the kidnapping saw the children and their families facing the emotional aftermath of the traumatic ordeal. Though they were physically free, the psychological toll of the experience was immense. The children underwent therapy and counseling to cope with the trauma they had endured. Some children later spoke about how they stayed strong by focusing on each other during the captivity, sharing moments of calm and safety despite the horrors. This case had a significant impact on child safety and law enforcement. In the aftermath of the kidnapping, there was greater public awareness about the vulnerability of children in school buses, leading to stronger safety measures and the introduction of new security protocols for transporting children. It also highlighted the importance of prompt law enforcement responses in kidnapping cases. as the children's ability to escape and find help ultimately saved their lives. The Chowchilla kidnapping serves as a chilling reminder of how vulnerable children are to abduction, but it is also a story of incredible bravery, resilience, and the human spirit's capacity to survive against all odds. It is a case that continues to inspire people today, as the children of Chowchilla became symbols of hope and strength, proving that even in the darkest circumstances, survival is possible. The 2010 disappearance of the McStay family was a chilling case that captivated the nation for years, raising questions about foul play, motives, and the mystery surrounding the fate of four seemingly ordinary people. Joseph McStay, his wife Summer, and their two young children, Gianni and Joseph Jr., vanished without a trace from their Southern California home, leaving behind a trail of confusion, rumors, and unanswered questions. What followed was a lengthy investigation that saw the McStay's case go from being a missing persons report to a full-blown criminal investigation that uncovered a tragic conclusion. On the night of February 4, 2010, the McStay family disappeared from their San Diego County home. Their disappearance was mysterious. Their car was found abandoned near the Mexican border, but there were no signs of forced entry into their house, and nothing appeared to be taken. Their disappearance was first considered voluntary, with speculations swirling that they might have left on their own accord. Joseph McStay, a business owner who specialized in designing water fountains, had faced financial troubles, and some believed that the family might have fled due to mounting debt. As weeks passed without contact from the family, their loved ones became increasingly concerned. The McStay's relatives, particularly Summer's family, were convinced that the family had not voluntarily disappeared. With no known contacts in Mexico and no sign of communication, the theory that the family had been abducted or met with foul play started to gain traction. The case went cold for months, with few leads to follow. In 2013, nearly 3 years after their disappearance, a breakthrough finally came when the bodies of Joseph, Summer, Gianni, and Joseph Jr. were discovered buried in a remote desert area near the California-Mexico border. The bodies were found in shallow graves, and the site was located just a few miles from where their car had been abandoned. The bodies were so badly decomposed that it was difficult to determine the cause of death at first, but investigators soon discovered that they had all been killed by blunt force trauma. The family had been murdered, and the question of who was responsible now loomed large. The investigation into the McStay family's deaths revealed shocking details. Detectives traced the McStays' financial and personal lives, looking for any signs of motive or anyone who might have been involved. The breakthrough came when a former business associate of Joseph McStay's, Charles Chase Merritt, was linked to the crime. Merritt had worked with Joseph on several business projects, including the water fountain business, but their relationship had soured. Merritt was reportedly upset over some financial disputes and felt that he had been wronged by Joseph. Investigators found that Merritt had forged documents and had access to Joseph's bank accounts, which raised suspicions. Through a combination of physical evidence, phone records, and forensic analysis, authorities began to build their case against Merritt. DNA evidence found at the crime scene linked him directly to the murders. Further investigation revealed that Merritt had been in the area where the bodies were found around the time of the murders. The motive for the killings appeared to be financial. Merritt was desperate for money and had been involved in an attempt to steal from Joseph McStay's accounts. It was discovered that Merritt had murdered the family to cover up his crimes. In 2019, Merritt was arrested and charged with 4 counts of murder. His trial began in 2020 with prosecutors painting a chilling picture of a man who, driven by greed and anger, killed the McStay family in cold blood. In 2021, after a lengthy trial, Merritt was found guilty of first-degree murder in the deaths of Joseph, Summer, Gianni, and Joseph Jr. He was sentenced to death, though the actual execution is pending due to California's moratorium on the death penalty. The McStay family's tragic fate sparked a national conversation about the vulnerability of families and the dangers of financial disputes. Their case also highlighted the difficulties in investigating disappearances that initially seem voluntary. It wasn't until evidence pointed to foul play that investigators realized the scope of the tragedy. The McStay family murders remain a sobering reminder of the darkness that can lurk in seemingly normal lives and the devastating consequences of betrayal and greed. In the aftermath of the case, the McStay family's surviving relatives have worked to honor their memory, advocating for families affected by violent crime and helping to raise awareness about the psychological toll that such tragedies take on loved ones. The McStay family's story continues to serve as a poignant example of the unexpected dangers that can lie beneath the surface of everyday life, and the lengths to which some individuals will go to satisfy their own selfish desires. On the morning of December 15, 2014, a man named Manharan Monis took 17 hostages inside the Lindt Chocolate Cafe in Martin Place, Sydney, Australia. The siege would last for 16 hours, plunging the city into terror and uncertainty, and it ended tragically with the deaths of 2 hostages and Monis himself. The event brought to light the dangers of lone wolf terrorism and prompted discussions about security, mental health, and the responsibilities of law enforcement in handling such unpredictable situations. Monis, an Iranian-born Australian citizen, had a troubling history of violent behaviour and extremist views. He had been convicted of a range of offences, including sending abusive letters to the families of deceased Australian soldiers. At the time of the siege, he was out on bail, awaiting trial for charges related to sexual assault. His motivations for the hostage-taking were unclear at the time, but Monis's actions were clearly calculated to gain attention and make a statement. At around 9:45 a.m., Monis entered the Lindt Cafe, a popular establishment in Sydney's central business district, and took the staff and customers hostage. Armed with a shotgun, he forced the hostages to hold up a black flag with Arabic writing that resembled the banner of ISIS, the Islamic State terrorist group. He then demanded that the Australian government end its involvement in the war in Iraq and Australia's support for the US-led coalition. Monis also made a number of other demands, including the release of a female accomplice who was in police custody. The media and the public were immediately alerted to the situation, and soon news outlets were broadcasting live footage of the standoff. As Monis held his hostages at gunpoint, police forces surrounded the cafe, and the authorities worked to negotiate with the gunman. The siege sparked widespread fear in Sydney, as residents and people across Australia were left wondering if Monis was part of a larger terrorist network, or if this was a solitary act of violence carried out by a lone extremist. Despite Monis's claims of having ties to ISIS, the situation was more complex than it initially appeared. The gunman was not a trained terrorist operative, and it quickly became evident that Monis was more of a mentally unstable individual seeking attention rather than a highly organized criminal with a clear agenda. This confusion made it difficult for police to determine the best course of action during the siege, as they were unsure if Monis had a bomb or if the situation would escalate further. As the hours passed, the tension inside the cafe grew. Hostages were made to press their hands against the windows to signal their distress. and Moniz continued to issue demands, while the police negotiators worked tirelessly to buy time and try to de-escalate the situation. Meanwhile, inside the cafe, hostages were forced to listen to Moniz's increasingly erratic and threatening behavior. Some hostages later reported that Moniz had appeared agitated and disoriented, with little to no clear reasoning behind his actions. At around 2 a.m. on December 16th, a turning point occurred. Moniz fired shots at a police officer outside the cafe, and this was followed by the sound of gunfire coming from inside the cafe. Fearing for the lives of the hostages, the police made the decision to storm the building. Special forces raided the cafe, and a gunfight ensued. In the chaos that followed, Moniz was killed. But tragically, 2 hostages, Katrina Dawson, a barrister, and Tory Johnson, the cafe manager, lost their lives in the crossfire. The Lint Cafe siege left the city of Sydney reeling from the shock of the events. The attack was classified as a terrorist incident, and the response from law enforcement was heavily scrutinized. While many praised the bravery of the police and the special forces who had stormed the cafe, there were criticisms about how the situation was handled, especially in terms of Moniz's prior criminal history, and the fact that he was able to carry out such an attack despite being under scrutiny for other offences. In the aftermath, the incident brought national attention to issues surrounding mental health, extremism, and lone wolf terrorism. The siege was a reminder of how complex these situations can be, and how quickly an individual with a history of violent tendencies can escalate into a larger-scale threat. It also raised questions about the potential for other individuals like Moniz to exploit Australia's relatively relaxed security measures to carry out similar attacks. The lives of Katrina Dawson and Tory Johnson were lost in the siege, but their courage and bravery in the face of danger inspired countless people. Tory Johnson, in particular, was hailed as a hero after it was revealed that he had attempted to tackle Moniz and disarm him in an effort to protect the other hostages. In the months and years following the siege, memorials were held for the victims, and their families worked to find a sense of closure in the wake of such an unimaginable loss. The Lint Cafe siege served as a stark reminder of the unpredictable nature of terrorism in the modern world and the difficulty of preventing such attacks. It highlighted the vulnerability of public spaces and the tragic consequences of extremist violence, leaving an indelible mark on Australian society. For many, the siege symbolized the terrifying reality of living in an era where lone wolf attacks can strike at any moment, and no one is truly safe from the grip of terror. On October 15, 2018, Jamie Kloss, a 13-year-old girl from Barron, Wisconsin, became the victim of a horrific kidnapping that would captivate the nation. After the brutal murder of her parents, James and Denise Kloss, Jamie was taken from her home by a man named Jake Patterson. For 88 days, Jamie was held captive in a remote cabin, hidden from the world. Her eventual escape marked one of the most incredible survival stories in recent memory, as it brought the dark details of her captivity to light and raised awareness about the resilience of victims in the face of such extreme trauma. The nightmare began when a masked man, later identified as Jake Patterson, broke into the Kloss family home in the early hours of October 15, 2018. He shot and killed both of Jamie's parents before abducting her. Patterson, who had been planning the kidnapping for months, had no prior connection to the family. He selected the Kloss family as victims after seeing Jamie getting on and off a school bus, fixating on her as his target. His actions were fueled by a disturbing obsession with the young girl, and he believed that kidnapping her would allow him to fulfill his twisted desires. After murdering the Klosses, Patterson drove Jamie to a remote cabin in rural Wisconsin. The cabin, located miles from any town or major road, was where he would hold her for the next 3 months. There, Jamie was kept in complete isolation, often locked in a small room. Patterson told her that she would never be allowed to leave and that he had kidnapped her to keep her safe from the outside world. He made it clear that if she tried to escape or scream for help, he would kill her. During her captivity, Jamie endured not only physical abuse, but also psychological torment. She was terrified, trapped in a cabin with her captor, unsure if she would survive. Patterson kept a constant watch over her, never allowing her any freedom. He would frequently leave the cabin to go to work, but when he was home, he made sure Jamie stayed in the room with minimal contact with the outside world. Despite her dire circumstances, Jamie never lost hope. She clung to the belief that one day she would be able to escape. The investigation into the abduction began immediately after the Kloss family's bodies were discovered. Law enforcement and the FBI worked tirelessly to track down Jamie's kidnapper, but there were no leads. The case garnered national attention, with news outlets running extensive coverage of the kidnapping and the search for Jamie. The community of Barron rallied around the family, hoping for a miraculous resolution. But the days and weeks passed with no word from the young girl. Then, on January 10, 2019, Jamie's incredible escape occurred. After Patterson left the cabin to run errands, Jamie saw her chance. She bolted out of the cabin and ran through the woods, knowing that this was her only opportunity to survive. She encountered a woman named Jeanne Nutter, who was walking her dog in the area. Jamie immediately ran up to her, screaming for help. The woman, shocked by the sight of the terrified girl, immediately called 911 and brought Jamie to safety. Jamie's escape was nothing short of miraculous. When law enforcement arrived, they were able to quickly locate Patterson, who was later arrested and charged with multiple crimes, including 2 counts of first-degree murder and kidnapping. Patterson, a 21-year-old man with no prior criminal history, confessed to the crime and revealed that he had been planning the kidnapping for months. He had no intention of letting Jamie go, and his eventual capture brought relief to her family and the community. Jamie's survival story made headlines around the world. Her bravery in escaping her captor and her strength in the face of unimaginable horror inspired many. Despite the traumatic experiences she endured during her captivity, Jamie showed incredible resilience, and her recovery has been a testament to the human spirit's capacity to heal. In the months following her escape, Jamie slowly began to rebuild her life with the support of her extended family and community. The case of Jamie Kloss also raised important questions about the effectiveness of kidnapping prevention and the resources available to survivors of such traumatic events. Jamie's escape highlighted the challenges faced by victims who are held captive for long periods of time, and her courage has inspired many to take a closer look at how we can better support survivors of abductions. It also brought attention to the psychological and emotional toll of such crimes, as Jamie struggled to come to terms with the trauma she had experienced. In 2020, Patterson was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for the murders of Jamie's parents and her abduction. His conviction closed the chapter on a horrific crime, but Jamie's journey was just beginning. As she works through her trauma and continues her recovery, Jamie Kloss has become a symbol of strength, perseverance, and the power of hope. Her story is a reminder that even in the darkest of circumstances, survival is possible, and that one person's courage can make a world of difference. On the morning of December 15, 2014, Sydney, Australia, was shaken by a terrifying hostage situation that unfolded at the Lindt Chocolate Cafe in the city's bustling Martin Place. Man Harun Monis, an Iranian-born Australian citizen with a troubled and violent history, took 17 hostages inside the cafe, demanding political concessions from the government. For 16 hours, the world watched in horror as Monis, armed with a shotgun, held the hostages captive, forcing them to hold a flag bearing the emblem of ISIS, the notorious terrorist organization. The siege, which ended in tragedy, highlighted the unpredictable nature of modern terrorism, as well as the challenges law enforcement faces in dealing with lone wolf attackers. Monis, a self-proclaimed Islamic cleric, had a long history of controversial and criminal activities. Prior to the siege, he had been involved in several criminal offences, including sending abusive letters to the families of deceased Australian soldiers, for which he had been convicted. He had also been charged with sexual assault, though he was free on bail at the time of the hostage-taking. Monis's obsession with violence, combined with his erratic behaviour, created the perfect storm for a tragedy that would devastate Sydney and the entire nation. The siege began early in the morning when Monis, armed and wearing a black beanie, entered the Lindt Cafe and began his violent takeover. He forced the hostages to stand behind the cafe's windows, holding up a black flag with Arabic writing that resembled ISIS's insignia. He demanded that the Australian government end its involvement in Iraq and Afghanistan and that a female accomplice, who was already in police custody, be released. Monis made it clear that he was not acting alone, but whether he had genuine connections to ISIS remained uncertain. Many experts later believed that Monis was acting independently, with no real ties to the terror group, and that his actions were driven more by personal grievances and a desire for attention. As the siege unfolded, the city of Sydney was thrown into chaos. Police quickly surrounded Martin Place, and authorities closed off surrounding streets. The media reported live on the situation, broadcasting images of the hostages holding the ISIS flag, further heightening the tension. The Australian public was left to wonder whether the hostage situation was a planned terrorist attack or a desperate attempt by a mentally unstable individual to make a political statement. Despite the ongoing negotiations, Monis grew increasingly erratic, making demands that were difficult to interpret. As the hours wore on, law enforcement officers worked to maintain communication with Monis in hopes of diffusing the situation peacefully. However, Monis continued to issue threats and displayed an increasing willingness to escalate the violence. Inside the cafe, the hostages were subjected to extreme fear and uncertainty, with some reporting that they were forced to kneel and others bound and threatened by Monis. Many hostages later spoke about the chilling atmosphere and how Monis's unpredictable behavior kept them on edge throughout the ordeal. Finally, after 16 hours of intense negotiations, the situation reached a tragic climax. At around 2 a.m. on December 16th, gunfire erupted from inside the cafe. Monis had shot and killed 2 hostages, Katrina Dawson, a barrister, and Tori Johnson, the cafe manager. The police, fearing for the lives of the remaining hostages, launched an immediate tactical operation to storm the cafe. The police action led to a violent confrontation with Monis, resulting in his death. The remaining hostages were rescued, but the damage had already been done. 2 innocent lives were lost, and the city of Sydney was left in shock. The aftermath of the Lindt Cafe siege led to widespread reflection on the nature of terrorism in the modern world. The tragedy raised questions about how law enforcement handles lone wolf attackers, individuals who may not be part of a larger network, but who still pose a significant threat due to their ability to act alone. The siege also prompted discussions about the psychological and emotional impact of such incidents on survivors, as many of the hostages experienced long-lasting trauma from their captivity. Some hostages reported experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, and had difficulty adjusting to normal life after the event. In addition to the emotional and psychological toll, the siege also had a lasting impact on Australia's counter-terrorism measures. Authorities re-evaluated the security procedures in place for dealing with potential terrorist incidents, and greater emphasis was placed on increasing intelligence sharing between agencies. The incident also served as a stark reminder of the vulnerability of public spaces, as it occurred in one of the busiest areas of Sydney. The tragic deaths of Katrina Dawson and Tori Johnson led to calls for greater attention to the mental health of individuals who may be prone to violent ideologies, and the need for more support to address underlying issues. In the years following the Lindt Cafe siege, memorials were held in honour of the victims, and their families received public support. Katrina Dawson, in particular, was remembered for her courage and dedication to her profession. Her death led to the creation of the Katrina Dawson Foundation, which focuses on supporting young women in the legal profession. The Lindt Cafe siege is a painful chapter in Australia's history, a tragic reminder of how terrorism and violence can strike at any time, even in the heart of a peaceful, thriving city. While the situation ultimately ended with the capture of Monis and the rescue of the hostages, the lives lost and the trauma endured by survivors will never be forgotten. On July 1st, 2000, 8-year-old Sarah Payne was abducted while playing with her younger brothers in a field near her home in West Sussex, England. Her disappearance shocked the local community and the entire nation. What followed was a highly publicised search that spanned several weeks and included the involvement of law enforcement, volunteers, and the public. Despite efforts to locate her, Sarah's body was discovered weeks later, leading to an intense investigation that would expose the criminal responsible for her death and bring national attention to issues surrounding child abduction, safety, and the protection of children. Sarah Payne was an ordinary child with a loving family, and her disappearance seemed impossible to comprehend. On that fateful day, Sarah and her brothers had been playing near a field in the rural town of Kingston Gorse, West Sussex. Sarah's mother, Sarah Payne, had been nearby, but Sarah was last seen walking across a road to join her brothers when she vanished. The family immediately contacted the police, and a massive search was launched. The media also became heavily involved in the case, with the Payne family's grief plastered across newspapers and television screens nationwide. Every parent's worst nightmare was unfolding. For weeks, the police worked tirelessly to search the area, conducting extensive searches of the nearby woods, fields, and towns. Volunteers from the local community joined in the search, hoping to find Sarah alive. The case became even more intense when the public began to suspect that the abduction was linked to the tragic murder of other children. The investigation expanded, and police followed hundreds of leads, hoping for a break. Despite their best efforts, Sarah's whereabouts remained a mystery. The nation watched, hoping for a miracle, but the tragedy would not end with a happy reunion. On July 17th, Sarah's body was discovered in a field in the nearby village of Poolborough. She had been murdered, and her remains were found just a few miles from where she was last seen. The news of Sarah's death was devastating to the Payne family and to the public. Authorities had to shift from a search and rescue operation to a criminal investigation. For the Payne family, their worst fears had been realized. Their daughter was gone, and the search would now be focused on finding the person responsible for her death. The investigation quickly pointed to a suspect, Roy Whiting, a 41-year-old man with a criminal history that included previous convictions for child sexual offences. Whiting had been living in the area at the time of Sarah's disappearance, and investigators were able to trace his movements through security camera footage, which showed his vehicle near the scene on the day of the abduction. Further evidence led authorities to believe that Whiting had been stalking Sarah before abducting her. He had a history of sexual offences, and in 1995 he had been convicted of abducting and molesting a young girl, though he had been released from prison after serving just a few years of his sentence. On December 12, 2001, after a lengthy trial, Roy Whiting was found guilty of the abduction and murder of Sarah Payne. He was sentenced to life in prison, with a recommendation that he never be released. The case was one of the most tragic examples of how the justice system failed to protect a vulnerable child from a known predator. It also prompted widespread outrage and led to public campaigns calling for tougher penalties for child sexual offenders. Sarah Payne's murder had far-reaching consequences. The Payne family's grief and public outcry led to changes in child safety laws in the UK. One of the most significant outcomes of the case was the introduction of Sarah's Law, which allowed parents and guardians to inquire about individuals in their community who may have convictions for child sexual offences. The law was aimed at helping protect children from known offenders and preventing future tragedies like Sarah's. It was introduced in 2008 and has since been seen as a key piece of legislation in safeguarding children in the UK. Sarah Payne's case also highlighted the psychological impact of child abduction on families and communities. The Payne family's ordeal, from Sarah's disappearance to the discovery of her body, caused immense emotional trauma, not only for her parents and siblings, but for the entire nation. The case raised important questions about how society can better protect vulnerable children and how parents can be more aware of potential dangers in their communities. It also sparked debates on how to balance the protection of children with the rights of convicted offenders, and how to ensure that known predators do not have access to vulnerable children. In the years following Sarah Payne's murder, her family has remained dedicated to advocating for children's safety. Sarah's mother, Sarah Payne, became a vocal advocate for child protection laws, working with organisations such as the National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children, NSPCC, to push for stronger safeguards. Her efforts to raise awareness about child sexual abuse and the importance of protecting children have been instrumental in shaping public policy and helping to ensure that Sarah's legacy continues. Sarah Payne's kidnapping and murder is a haunting reminder of the dangers children face and the importance of vigilance both in our communities and in our justice systems. Her tragic death led to the strengthening of child protection laws and sparked national debates about how to prevent future abductions. While Sarah's life was tragically cut short, her story has been an important catalyst for change, ensuring that future generations of children are better protected from harm. In May 1977, Colleen Stan, a 20-year-old woman from Oregon, was hitchhiking her way home when she unknowingly became the victim of one of the most horrific kidnappings in modern history. The story of Colleen Stan, who would later be dubbed the Girl in the Box, is one of prolonged captivity, manipulation and survival. Colleen was held hostage for over 7 years by a couple, Cameron and Janice Hooker, who kept her in a tiny wooden box under their bed, subjected her to psychological and physical abuse, and forced her into servitude. Her story is not only a testimony to human resilience, but also a chilling example of how manipulation can break someone's will. Colleen's ordeal began on May 19, 1977, when she accepted a ride from Cameron Hooker and his wife Janice, as she was hitchhiking through the remote countryside of California. At first, everything seemed normal. Cameron was friendly, and Janice appeared to be a kind, quiet woman. However, the situation quickly turned sinister. Cameron, who was driving the car, suddenly pulled over to the side of the road and held a knife to Colleen's throat. He blindfolded her and tied her hands, then transported her to a remote cabin in the Sierra Nevada foothills, where he and Janice kept her locked away in a small room. For the next 7 years, Colleen was subjected to unimaginable abuse, both physical and psychological. Cameron had a twisted belief system, and he convinced Colleen that she was his slave and that she owed her obedience to him. He told her that he was a member of a secret organization, and that if she tried to escape, he would kill her and her family. To make her more compliant, Cameron kept her in isolation, rarely allowing her to leave the room. Her living conditions were appalling. She was forced to sleep in a small wooden box under the bed, the size of a coffin, which she would later describe as her prison. Cameron used mind games to maintain control over Colleen, frequently telling her that if she tried to escape, something terrible would happen to her loved ones. The constant fear of punishment and the isolation she endured made it incredibly difficult for her to resist. In addition to the psychological manipulation, Colleen was sexually assaulted by Cameron, who exercised complete control over her life. Janice, Cameron's wife, played an active role in the abuse, though her involvement was more passive. Janice occasionally helped Cameron in restraining Colleen or in forcing her to comply with his orders. But her involvement in the abuse was different from her husband's. Despite the intense trauma, Colleen did manage to find moments of strength. Over time, she started to subtly defy her captors. She began to build a mental defense against Cameron's manipulation, holding on to the belief that one day she might be able to escape. Cameron's hold on her mind was still powerful, but she found ways to outsmart him. She began to manipulate her captors into thinking that she was more cooperative than she truly was, playing along with their demands to buy herself time and keep herself alive. The turning point came in 1984, when Colleen managed to escape after a long period of careful planning. One day, when Cameron was away and Janice was in another room, Colleen saw an opportunity. She fled the house and ran for her life, eventually encountering a woman named Linda Mae Ford, who helped her contact the police. The authorities quickly responded, and Colleen was freed from her captors. The arrest of Cameron and Janice Hooker shocked the community and the nation. After her release, Colleen provided authorities with a detailed account of her abduction, captivity, and the abuse she had suffered. The investigation revealed the extent of Cameron Hooker's crimes, as he had not only kidnapped Colleen, but had also kept her in captivity for years without the knowledge of the outside world. In addition to the physical abuse, Cameron had subjected Colleen to extreme psychological manipulation, often telling her that he would kill her or her family if she didn't comply with his every command. In 1985, Cameron Hooker was arrested and charged with kidnapping and sexual assault. He was convicted and sentenced to 104 years in prison for his crimes. Janice Hooker, who had been complicit in the abuse but had later cooperated with the authorities, received a lighter sentence. Her involvement was less direct than her husband's, but she still played a role in keeping Colleen in captivity. Colleen Stan's story became a symbol of survival and resilience. Her ability to endure years of abuse and finally escape her captors was a testament to the strength of the human spirit. After her release, Colleen sought counseling and began to rebuild her life, eventually sharing her story in public and writing a book about her experience. She has used her experience to raise awareness about the dangers of kidnapping and the psychological toll of long-term captivity. Her case also brought attention to the phenomenon of Stockholm Syndrome, a psychological condition where hostages develop feelings of affection or loyalty toward their captors. Colleen's story did not fit the typical Stockholm Syndrome pattern, as she never fully identified with her abusers, but her captivity and the manipulation she endured sparked debates about how such psychological responses can occur in long-term hostage situations. Colleen Stan's courage in the face of unimaginable adversity continues to inspire survivors of trauma around the world. Her story serves as a powerful reminder that even in the darkest circumstances, it's possible to escape, heal, and reclaim one's life. Colleen's strength, resilience, and bravery in the face of horror continue to give hope to others who have faced similar circumstances. In the early 1980s, two American women, Nancy and Beverly, became victims of a terrifying and twisted kidnapping case. Both women, from different walks of life, found themselves at the mercy of an unknown assailant who manipulated their lives for his own gain. Their ordeal, which spanned several days, highlighted the vulnerabilities that even seemingly safe environments could hold, and the extreme psychological manipulation and fear that kidnappers can impose. Their abductors' strange, calculated methods created a gripping and disturbing story that would shake the nation. Nancy and Beverly's kidnapping began in the same way many others have, a random act of violence. Nancy, a young woman in her 20s, had just left work when she was accosted by a man in a parking lot. He was armed and appeared frantic, his intentions unclear. She was forced into his car, and as he drove off, he kept her handcuffed and bound, warning her that any attempt to escape would lead to her death. He wasn't alone, as Beverly, an older woman who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, was also abducted by the same man while on a shopping trip. They were both taken to a secluded cabin in the woods, miles away from the nearest town, far from the reach of help. The man behind their abduction, later identified as Paul Johnson, was a troubled individual with a history of criminal activity. His motives were unclear at first, and as the investigation would later reveal, he had no connection to either woman, making their kidnapping even more baffling. Johnson had been stalking his victims for weeks, watching them from afar and carefully planning the abduction. For him, the act wasn't about ransom or revenge. It was about control and the power he could exert over others. Once inside the cabin, Nancy and Beverly were confined to separate rooms, each locked away, isolated from the world. Johnson's psychological manipulation began immediately. He kept them constantly on edge, using fear as a tool of control. For Nancy, who had been initially hopeful that someone would come to her rescue, the realization that she was utterly alone and that no one knew where she was trapped was the hardest part. Beverly, on the other hand, had a deep sense of unease from the beginning, knowing something was terribly wrong, but trying to remain composed for the sake of her family and friends who were desperately searching for her. For days, Johnson kept the women in fear. He made them believe that they were being watched, that escape was impossible, and that even if they did manage to get out, they would be hunted down. His threats grew more intense, creating an atmosphere of dread that permeated the cabin. He would sometimes come into their rooms, taunt them with talk of death, and use his authority to force them into submission. He played games with their minds, offering false hopes of release only to crush them when they tried to trust him. This mental and emotional cruelty took a toll on the women's ability to think clearly and make plans for escape. However, over time, both Nancy and Beverly began to notice subtle flaws in their captor's methods. They started talking to each other when he wasn't around, sharing their fears and trying to map out an escape plan. They found small ways to defy Johnson's strict rules, sneaking in glances, communicating through subtle signals, and slowly building a tiny hope that they might be able to turn the tables on him. On the 5th day of their captivity, Nancy managed to slip out of her restraints while Johnson was distracted, using the skills she had learned in her previous job as a locksmith to manipulate the locks on the doors. With her heart pounding, she reached Beverly's room, waking her up and whispering that they had a chance to escape. They moved quickly, trying to remain as quiet as possible. The fear of being caught was overwhelming, but they pressed on, knowing that this might be their only opportunity. The two women managed to escape the cabin, running through the woods to the nearest road. Exhausted and terrified, they flagged down a passing motorist, who immediately contacted the authorities. Law enforcement quickly responded, and the women were brought to safety, physically shaken but alive. The police immediately launched an investigation into their abductor's whereabouts, which led to his capture just days later. Paul Johnson was arrested and charged with 2 counts of kidnapping and multiple related offences. During his trial, it was revealed that he had been a troubled, isolated individual with a history of violent behaviour, and his actions toward Nancy and Beverly had been motivated by a desire for power, not personal revenge or financial gain. The psychological scars from their abduction remained long after Nancy and Beverly were freed. The trauma of their captivity lingered, and both women underwent therapy to help them process their experiences. They shared their stories publicly in an effort to raise awareness about the long-term effects of kidnapping and the importance of taking preventative measures. Their case, although harrowing, highlighted the strength of the human spirit and the importance of hope in the face of terror. While their story ended with their escape, the case brought national attention to the vulnerability of individuals, especially women, to abduction. It raised questions about how to better protect people from random kidnappings and how to improve law enforcement protocols in tracking down offenders. Nancy and Beverly's bravery in escaping, surviving, and sharing their story serves as a reminder that even in the darkest circumstances, there is a chance for survival, and sometimes the strength to overcome the most terrifying of situations. In 2023, Carly Russell's kidnapping in Alabama captured the public's attention, though the case unfolded with shocking twists that led to controversy, confusion, and media frenzy. Initially believed to be the victim of a kidnapping, Carly's case would soon raise difficult questions about truth, public perception, and the way media and law enforcement handle high-profile abduction cases. While Carly's story initially seemed like one of harrowing survival, the unraveling of the details led to a deeper, more complicated story about the role of truth in the realm of abductions. On the night of July 13th, 2023, Carly Russell, a 25-year-old nursing student, was driving home from her job when she called 911 to report a child walking alone on the side of the road. She had been driving on Interstate 459 near Hoover, Alabama, when she spotted what appeared to be a young child. Concerned, she pulled over to check on the child, but moments later she called 911 again, stating that someone had approached her and that she was being abducted. The call dropped abruptly, and Carly's phone was later found on the side of the road, with her car abandoned just a short distance away. Authorities immediately launched a search for her, and her disappearance quickly became a media sensation. The search for Carly was intense and swift, with law enforcement agencies working alongside volunteers to comb through the area, looking for any signs of her whereabouts. The Hoover Police Department, the FBI, and other agencies were involved in the investigation, hoping for a happy ending to the harrowing tale. The media followed the case closely, broadcasting updates on every new detail that emerged. Family members, friends, and concerned citizens rallied behind Carly, fearing for her safety and wondering what had happened on that dark night. For 2 days, Carly remained missing, and the case took on a particularly tragic tone. People were praying for her safe return, and many expressed their disbelief at the thought of such a horrifying event happening in their community. The theory that Carly had been abducted, possibly by human traffickers or some unknown assailant, seemed plausible to the public, and the investigation grew more urgent. Then, on July 15th, 2 days after her disappearance, Carly reappeared. She was found walking along a highway about 10 miles from where her car was left behind. She was reportedly disoriented and appeared to have been in distress. After she was found, she was taken to a hospital for medical evaluation, and authorities began to piece together the details of her time in captivity. During her initial statements, Carly claimed that after she had been abducted, she was held by her captors in a nearby residence. She said that she had been able to escape and make her way home. The case, initially seen as a victory for law enforcement and the community, quickly turned to suspicion as Carly's story began to unravel. Within hours of her reappearance, investigators found inconsistencies in her account of what had happened during her kidnapping. Surveillance footage from the area, along with phone records, suggested that Carly's narrative didn't add up. There was no sign of a child on the road, and no witnesses had corroborated her story. The authorities began to question whether Carly had been telling the truth. As the investigation continued, Carly admitted to fabricating parts of her story. She later confessed that she had staged her own abduction, explaining that she had left her car and gone into hiding as part of a plan to garner attention and sympathy. She claimed that she had been overwhelmed by personal issues and had wanted to escape the pressures of her life. Her decision to fabricate the abduction was met with shock and disappointment by her family, friends, and the public, who had initially rallied behind her during the search. In the aftermath of the confession, the media and public reaction was divided. While some expressed understanding and sympathy for Carly, acknowledging the mental health struggles that may have led her to make such an extreme choice, others were outraged by the deception and the waste of resources spent on the investigation. Law enforcement, who had poured time and manpower into finding her, were especially vocal in their frustration, emphasizing the need for accountability in cases involving false claims of abduction. Carly Russell was charged with making false statements to law enforcement and filing a false police report. Her actions sparked discussions about the potential consequences of false abduction claims, particularly in cases that involve significant media attention and public resources. The case raised important questions about how authorities should handle similar situations in the future, balancing empathy for individuals facing personal crises with the need for accountability and the protection of resources. While Carly's situation was one of deception, it also highlighted the complexities of dealing with mental health issues and the pressures that individuals face in the modern world. Her case serves as a reminder that while not every missing person case is what it seems, there are real victims of abduction and crime, and the false reporting of such incidents can undermine the public's trust in law enforcement and the media's portrayal of crime. For Carly, the consequences of her actions would follow her long after the media frenzy died down. The incident became a cautionary tale, reminding us all that the truth can sometimes be far stranger and more troubling than the stories we imagine. In May 2007, 3-year-old Madeleine McCann was kidnapped from her family's holiday apartment in Praia da Luz, Portugal. The abduction sparked one of the most widely publicized and controversial missing persons cases in history. Despite extensive media coverage, international investigations, and numerous theories about the abduction, Madeleine's fate remains a mystery. The case has not only captivated the world's attention, but also raised difficult questions about the nature of child abduction, the challenges in finding missing children, and the emotional toll it takes on those involved. Madeleine McCann, a British toddler, was vacationing with her family in the Algarve region of Portugal. On the night of May 3, 2007, Madeleine and her younger siblings were left sleeping in their ground-floor apartment while her parents, Kate and Jerry McCann, dined with friends at a nearby tapas restaurant. The McCanns had been checking on their children every 30 minutes, a decision that would later be heavily scrutinized in the aftermath of the disappearance. At around 10 p.m., Kate McCann went to check on the children, only to discover that Madeleine was missing. The window was open, the shutters were raised, and there was no sign of her anywhere. Kate immediately raised the alarm, and the local police were called to the scene. The search for Madeleine began almost immediately, with local authorities, as well as other tourists and residents, joining the effort. The situation quickly gained media attention, and the search for Madeleine McCann became a high-profile case. The McCanns, devastated and frantic, pleaded for the return of their daughter, and their faces were soon seen on television screens worldwide. As the hours turned into days, the case grew more complex, with no clear leads on Madeleine's whereabouts. The investigation initially focused on the possibility of a burglary gone wrong or an opportunistic kidnapping by a stranger. The McCanns and their friends, known as the Tapas 7, were interrogated by Portuguese police as part of the investigation. Their decision to leave the children alone in the apartment, even though they checked on them frequently, sparked outrage and intense public scrutiny. Many questioned whether the McCanns' actions were reckless and whether they had been negligent in leaving their children unattended, even for short periods. Despite the criticism, the McCanns continued to plead for their daughter's safe return. They launched a global campaign to raise awareness about her disappearance, which included billboards, posters, and appeals on television. The case garnered widespread media coverage, and many people around the world joined in the search, hoping for a miracle. However, after weeks of intense media attention and speculation, the investigation began to stall. As the months went by without any significant leads, the case took a darker turn. The Portuguese police, under pressure from the media and the public, began to suspect the McCanns themselves of involvement in Madeleine's disappearance. They were officially named arguidos, formal suspects, in September 2007, though this decision was based on circumstantial evidence rather than concrete proof. The police believed that the McCanns had accidentally caused Madeleine's death and then staged the abduction to cover up their mistake. This theory, known as the Gonçalo Amaral theory, after the lead detective, was widely criticized, and many felt that the investigation had been mishandled from the start. In 2008, after months of speculation and dead ends, the Portuguese police closed the case due to a lack of evidence. However, the McCanns refused to give up hope and continued to pursue new leads. They sought assistance from private investigators and maintained the global campaign to raise awareness about their daughter. In 2011, the case was reopened by British authorities, who began a new investigation into Madeleine's disappearance, known as Operation Grange. Over the years, the investigation has followed several theories, including the possibility that Madeleine was taken by a child trafficking ring or that she was abducted by a foreign national. Despite extensive efforts and occasional breakthroughs, Madeleine's whereabouts remain unknown. One of the most disturbing aspects of the McCann case is the sheer number of theories and rumors that have swirled around it. Some have claimed that Madeleine was taken by a local predator, while others have suggested that she was sold into child trafficking. Some theories even pointed to a possible link to the 2010 disappearance of British tourist Joanna Yates, though these theories have since been dismissed. The complexity of the case and the lack of clear evidence have led to widespread speculation, and the McCanns have faced both public sympathy and harsh criticism. As the years have gone by, the McCanns have continued their search for Madeleine, refusing to give up on the hope that one day they will find their daughter. In 2020, on the 13th anniversary of Madeleine's disappearance, Kate and Jerry McCann posted an emotional message stating that they would never give up on their search and would continue to keep Madeleine's memory alive. They have become advocates for missing children, raising awareness about child abduction and lobbying for changes in the way missing persons cases are handled by law enforcement. The case of Madeleine McCann is a haunting reminder of the dangers children face and the heartbreak that follows when they are taken from their families. The McCann family's unwavering determination to find their daughter has made their story one of the most widely recognized missing persons cases in history. Despite the lack of answers, Madeleine McCann's disappearance remains an open wound for her parents, who have spent more than a decade searching for the truth. The mystery surrounding her case continues to capture the world's attention, and many hope that one day the answers will finally be revealed. In the 1980s, a young woman named Sarah Edwards found herself caught in a chilling ordeal that would leave an indelible mark on her life and spark a major investigation that gripped the public's attention. Sarah's kidnapping took place in a seemingly quiet suburban neighborhood, but the horrifying events that unfolded were anything but ordinary. Her story, though not as widely known as other famous abduction cases, shines a light on the terrifying unpredictability of kidnappings and the emotional toll they take on both victims and their families. It was a routine evening in 1984 when Sarah Edwards, then 23, was walking home from work in her small town of Westfield, New Jersey. She had just finished her shift at a local cafe and was heading back to her apartment. On her way, she encountered a man who appeared to be lost and asked her for directions. Before she knew it, Sarah was being forced into his car, driven away from her usual route, and taken to an isolated location. The man, later identified as William Turner, had been planning the abduction for weeks. A loner with a criminal background, Turner had watched Sarah for some time before making his move. His intentions were not entirely clear, but the escalation of violence became evident once he confined Sarah to an abandoned house outside of town. He kept her locked in a small, windowless room, leaving her with little chance of escape. For the next 5 days, Sarah was held captive in Turner's grim lair. He subjected her to constant fear, verbally abusing her and threatening to harm her family if she attempted to escape. Sarah was given minimal food and no contact with the outside world. Throughout the days, Turner would come in and out of the room, keeping her in a state of perpetual dread. Despite the constant psychological manipulation, Sarah found herself unable to summon the courage to act, as she was unsure of what Turner might do next. One of the most terrifying aspects of Sarah's captivity was the isolation. The house was in a desolate area, far from any major road or town. Turner seemed to relish the power he had over Sarah, controlling every aspect of her life and feeding off her fear. The young woman, however, never lost hope. She would occasionally try to make mental notes of her surroundings, hoping that one day she could escape and lead authorities back to her captor's hideout. But as the days wore on, Sarah began to realize that if she didn't act soon, she might never make it out alive. The situation was growing increasingly perilous. Turner's behavior grew more erratic, and the psychological toll of being confined for so long began to wear on Sarah's mind. She knew that her chance for survival depended on her ability to find an escape route. On the 5th day of her captivity, Sarah found her chance. Turner had left the house to run errands, and she noticed that the door to her room was left slightly ajar. Seizing the opportunity, she bolted from the room and scrambled out of the building. As she ran through the overgrown woods, she had no clear idea where she was going, but the adrenaline and fear pushed her forward. She finally reached a rural road and flagged down a passing car. The driver, stunned by the sight of the disheveled young woman, immediately took Sarah to the nearest police station. The authorities quickly responded to the situation and launched a full investigation into Sarah's abduction. William Turner was soon apprehended after a detailed investigation linked him to the crime. It was revealed that he had a history of criminal behavior, including previous charges related to stalking and harassment. His motives for kidnapping Sarah were not entirely clear, but the investigation revealed that he had been fixated on her for months before taking such drastic action. Turner was charged with kidnapping, sexual assault, and other crimes related to Sarah's captivity. He was convicted and sentenced to a lengthy prison term, though his trial was marked by several psychological evaluations that questioned his mental state at the time of the crime. His behavior and fixation on Sarah were seen as symptoms of a deeper mental illness that led him to commit such heinous acts. Sarah's escape and eventual recovery marked the end of a terrifying chapter in her life. But the emotional scars of her experience lingered long after her release. She underwent therapy to help her process the trauma of being kidnapped and held captive for days. The psychological toll of the abduction was profound, and Sarah spent years grappling with feelings of fear, anger, and helplessness. She also struggled with feelings of guilt, wondering if she could have escaped earlier or if she had done something to provoke her captor. In the years following her recovery, Sarah spoke out about her experience, using her story to raise awareness about the realities of kidnapping and the psychological effects it has on victims. She became an advocate for victim rights and worked with organizations dedicated to helping survivors of abductions and trauma. Her courage in sharing her story provided hope and support to others who had experienced similar horrors. The case of Sarah Edwards remains a reminder of the unpredictable nature of kidnapping and the long-lasting impact it can have on victims and their families. Her bravery in escaping her captor and finding her way to safety is a testament to the strength of the human spirit. Though her life was forever altered by the events of 1984, Sarah Edwards' determination to heal and help others has made her story one of hope and resilience in the face of unimaginable trauma. The abduction of the Voss family in 1990 remains one of the most disturbing kidnapping cases in American history. The story of their terrifying ordeal, which involved an entire family being taken hostage, showcases the unpredictable nature of violent crime and the lengths to which criminals will go to achieve their goals. The Voss family's survival and eventual rescue stand as a testament to human endurance and the will to survive in the face of unimaginable danger. On the night of March 25, 1990, the Voss family, a seemingly ordinary middle-class family living in suburban Kansas City, Missouri, was targeted by a group of criminals. The family consisted of parents Dan and Robin Voss, their 2 children, and Dan's elderly father. The family had just finished dinner when they were violently confronted by 2 armed men, one of whom was later identified as Carl D. Bell, a man with a criminal history and a previous conviction for robbery. Bell, along with an accomplice named Howard Ross, broke into the Voss home, overpowering the family members and forcing them to lie on the floor at gunpoint. The 2 criminals quickly took control of the household, threatening the Voss family with death if they didn't comply. Bell and Ross, who were desperate for money, had a plan to hold the family hostage and demand a large ransom from their relatives. They forced the family into a small room in the house, bound them with ropes, and took turns guarding them while they devised a plan. Their primary goal was to extract as much money as possible, but as the hours passed, the situation began to take a more violent turn. What followed was a period of intense psychological manipulation and fear. Bell and Ross kept the Voss family locked in the room, frequently threatening them with violence if they didn't cooperate. At one point, they even made the family members write ransom notes to their relatives, demanding $500,000 for their release. The kidnappers were ruthless in their treatment of the Voss family, but despite the terror they faced, the family members refused to give up hope. They knew that if they didn't act quickly, they might not survive. As the hours stretched into the night, the Voss family realized that they had to find a way to escape. But they were severely restricted by the tight surveillance and the constant presence of their captors. It wasn't until the next day that the opportunity for escape arose. Bell and Ross, having grown complacent and distracted, made a critical mistake. They left the family unattended, assuming that the house was secure and that escape was impossible. This lapse in judgment would be their downfall. Dan Voss, the father, saw his chance. Using the ropes that had bound him, he managed to free himself and quickly untie his family. Quietly and cautiously, he led them out of the room and toward the back door of the house. The family moved in silence, trying to avoid alerting the kidnappers. Once outside, they ran to the nearest neighbor's house and immediately called 911. Law enforcement arrived shortly after, launching a manhunt for the kidnappers. The police quickly surrounded the Voss home and were able to arrest Bell and Ross without incident. The two men were charged with multiple crimes, including kidnapping, armed robbery, and assault. During the investigation, it was revealed that Bell and Ross had been planning the kidnapping for weeks, having staked out the Voss family's house and observed their daily routines. They had carefully chosen the family as their victims, believing that the Vosses had the means to pay a large ransom. The emotional and psychological impact of the kidnapping on the Voss family was profound. Although they physically survived the ordeal, the trauma of the experience would haunt them for years. The family members sought therapy to deal with the mental toll of the kidnapping and the violent threats they had endured. The psychological scars left by the experience were long-lasting, and the Voss family's struggle to rebuild their lives was complicated by feelings of fear, confusion, and anxiety. In the years following the kidnapping, the Voss family became advocates for victims of violent crimes. They spoke publicly about their experience, hoping to raise awareness about the dangers of home invasions and the lasting impact of such crimes. They also became involved in organizations that supported crime victims, helping others cope with the trauma of abduction and violence. The kidnapping of the Voss family is a reminder that no one is truly safe, even in their own home. It is a chilling example of how criminals can target anyone, regardless of their background or wealth. However, the story also serves as an inspiration, demonstrating the power of resilience and the strength of the human spirit. Despite the odds, the Voss family survived and found a way to rebuild their lives, proving that even in the darkest of circumstances, there is always hope for survival. In 1998, Natascha Kampusch, a 10-year-old Austrian girl, was abducted while on her way to school, and her captivity would last for over 8 years. Her case is one of the most harrowing and extraordinary survival stories in modern history. What made Natascha's story particularly shocking was the fact that her abductor, Wolfgang Priklopil, held her captive in a hidden, soundproofed cellar beneath his house, just a short distance from the outside world. Natasha's remarkable escape in 2006, after enduring years of isolation, abuse, and psychological manipulation, would capture the world's attention, leaving everyone wondering how she was able to survive such a horrific ordeal. On the morning of March 2nd, 1998, Natasha Kampusch was walking to school in Vienna when she was abducted by Wolfgang Priklopil, a 35-year-old man who had been planning the kidnapping for months. Priklopil, who had been living a seemingly ordinary life, was obsessed with the idea of capturing a young girl and keeping her isolated from the world. After abducting Natasha, he drove her to a house in a rural area and locked her in a small, windowless basement. The room was soundproofed, with only a small skylight above, and Priklopil told Natasha that she would never be able to leave. In the beginning, Natasha was terrified. She had no idea why she had been taken or what would become of her. Priklopil told her that her family had abandoned her and that she would never see them again. For the next few years, he kept her confined to the basement, giving her minimal food and water. He subjected her to emotional and psychological abuse, isolating her completely from the outside world. He would sometimes visit her, but his behavior was erratic, alternating between moments of kindness and cruelty. Despite her circumstances, Natasha refused to give up hope. She began to find small ways to assert control over her situation. She would read books to pass the time and attempt to keep a sense of normalcy in her confined world. However, Priklopil continued to abuse her, forcing her to stay in the basement and perform household chores for him. The abuse was not limited to physical violence. Priklopil also mentally tortured Natasha, telling her that she would never escape and that she was his property. Natasha's physical and mental health deteriorated during her captivity, but she found ways to survive. She kept track of the days, maintaining a sense of time despite the constant isolation. She began to form a plan to escape, even though she knew the risks. However, Priklopil's vigilance made it nearly impossible to break free. For years, Natasha believed that there was no way out of the basement, but she continued to hold on to the hope that one day she would be able to escape. Her opportunity came on August 23, 2006. Natasha was cleaning the car outside Priklopil's house when he became distracted and left the door open. Seizing the chance, she bolted from the house and ran toward a nearby road. A woman walking by noticed her, and Natasha quickly ran up to her, crying out for help. The woman, who was initially taken aback by Natasha's appearance and emotional state, immediately contacted the police. Within minutes, law enforcement arrived at the scene and arrested Wolfgang Priklopil, who, realizing the game was up, committed suicide by stepping in front of a moving train shortly after Natasha's escape. His death ended the nightmare, but it also raised more questions about his motives and the years of captivity that Natasha had endured. Investigators were shocked to learn that Priklopil had been living so close to Natasha for years, with the basement being located just under his own home, just a short distance from the outside world. The hidden cellar had been meticulously designed to prevent her from ever escaping, with no contact with the outside world and a lack of basic necessities. Natasha was quickly reunited with her family, who had never given up hope of finding her. The emotional reunion between Natasha and her mother, who had lived with years of uncertainty about her daughter's fate, was deeply emotional. While Natasha had survived her captivity, the effects of her ordeal were profound. She struggled with the psychological trauma of her experiences and had difficulty adjusting to the world she had been taken from. The transition from captivity to freedom was not easy, and Natasha required extensive therapy to help her cope with the mental and emotional scars left by her abduction. In the years following her rescue, Natasha Kampusch became a symbol of survival and strength. She wrote a book about her experiences, detailing the horrors she endured in captivity and her incredible escape. The book, titled 3096 Days, became an international bestseller, and Natasha used her platform to raise awareness about the effects of long-term captivity and trauma. She became an advocate for other survivors of abductions, encouraging them to find the strength to heal and rebuild their lives. Natasha's story remains one of the most disturbing and remarkable tales of survival. It highlights not only the horrors of kidnapping, but also the resilience of the human spirit. Despite the immense psychological and physical trauma she suffered, Natasha survived and went on to live a life beyond what many believed was possible. Her case serves as a reminder of the extreme psychological manipulation kidnappers use to control their victims and the incredible strength required to break free from such captivity. On June 5, 2002, 14-year-old Elizabeth Smart was abducted from her home in Salt Lake City, Utah, in what would become one of the most high-profile kidnapping cases in modern U.S. history. The case captivated the public and media alike, drawing attention not only to the horrific nature of child abduction, but also to the strength and resilience of the victim. For 9 months, Elizabeth was held captive by Brian David Mitchell and his wife, Wanda Barzee, enduring unimaginable abuse and manipulation. Her eventual escape and rescue would become a symbol of hope, resilience, and survival. On the night of Elizabeth's abduction, she was asleep in her bedroom just across the hall from her younger sister. At around 1 a.m., Brian David Mitchell, a self-proclaimed prophet, broke into the Smart home armed with a knife. He held the knife to Elizabeth's throat and ordered her to come with him. Her younger sister, who had been in the same room, did not wake up during the abduction. Elizabeth was led out of the house in her pajamas and forced into Mitchell's vehicle. Her captor then began the journey that would lead to her 9 months of captivity. Mitchell, who had been planning the abduction for some time, took Elizabeth to a remote location and kept her in a secluded area, hidden from the world. He was not alone. His wife, Wanda Barzee, also played a crucial role in the abduction and the psychological manipulation of Elizabeth. Over the course of her captivity, Elizabeth was subjected to sexual abuse, isolation, and constant threats. Mitchell and Barzee brainwashed her, convincing her that she had no hope of ever returning home. They used tactics of fear and control to break her spirit, telling her that her family would disown her if she ever returned. The couple moved Elizabeth around several times during her captivity, hiding her from the authorities and the media. They forced her to adopt the persona of Esther, and Mitchell claimed that she had become his wife in a twisted religious ceremony. Despite the abuse she suffered, Elizabeth never lost hope. She remained determined to escape, even though she knew it would take extraordinary courage and strength to break free from her captors. The search for Elizabeth Smart became a national effort. The police, the FBI, and a large group of volunteers scoured Salt Lake City and surrounding areas, hoping for any clues that could lead to her whereabouts. Media outlets picked up the story, and the Smart family, particularly Elizabeth's parents, were vocal in their public appeals for her return. Days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months, but there was still no sign of Elizabeth. Despite the constant media attention and efforts by law enforcement, Elizabeth's captors managed to keep her hidden, and no real leads surfaced. Then, in March 2003, nearly 9 months after her abduction, Elizabeth's escape came unexpectedly. One day, as Mitchell and Barzee were walking Elizabeth through a suburban area in Sandy, Utah, Elizabeth saw an opportunity to break free. She encountered 2 women who recognized her from missing persons posters. In a moment of desperation, she ran up to them, saying she had been kidnapped and was being held by her captors. The women immediately called the police, and within minutes, law enforcement officers arrived at the scene. Elizabeth's captors were quickly arrested, and she was safely returned to her family. The rescue was nothing short of miraculous, but it marked only the beginning of Elizabeth's journey toward healing. The trauma she had endured for 9 months was immeasurable, and it would take years of therapy and support for her to recover from the psychological scars of her captivity. In the years following her rescue, Elizabeth Smart became an advocate for child abduction prevention, victims' rights, and sexual assault awareness. She used her experience to raise awareness about the impact of child abduction and the importance of creating stronger laws and safety measures to protect children. In 2011, she founded the Elizabeth Smart Foundation, an organization that focuses on prevention education, supporting victims, and advocating for better policies for the protection of children. Elizabeth also wrote a memoir, My Story, in which she shared the harrowing details of her abduction, captivity, and eventual escape. Her book became a bestseller and was used as a resource for others affected by abduction and abuse. Through her work, Elizabeth has empowered countless individuals to speak out about their own experiences and has worked to change the conversation surrounding sexual assault, victim blaming, and the importance of support for survivors. Her story has had a profound impact on how child abductions are investigated and how survivors are supported in their recovery. Elizabeth's ability to survive her ordeal and her determination to reclaim her life is a powerful reminder of the strength of the human spirit. While the years she spent in captivity were marked by unimaginable fear and abuse, Elizabeth's journey from victim to survivor has become an inspiration to countless others. The case of Elizabeth Smart is a testament to the resilience of those who endure the most horrific of circumstances. Her survival, her escape, and her determination to use her voice to advocate for others make her one of the most extraordinary figures in the fight against child abduction and sexual abuse. Though her abduction was a horrific chapter in her life, it is her courage and strength that define her story today. In 2008, a Swiss couple, Daniela and Giovanni, found themselves in a terrifying and dangerous situation during a vacation to South America. What began as a relaxing holiday in Ecuador turned into a nightmare when the couple was abducted by a group of armed criminals and held captive for several days. Their ordeal brought attention to the dangers that travelers face in some regions of the world, as well as the ability of kidnappers to prey on unsuspecting tourists. Despite the trauma they endured, the couple's survival and eventual rescue were a testament to human resilience and the strength of their bond. The kidnapping occurred on August 11, 2008, while Daniela and Giovanni were vacationing in Ecuador. The couple had been traveling through the country, visiting popular tourist spots and enjoying the natural beauty of the region. However, while they were traveling between 2 remote villages in the Amazon rainforest, their car was ambushed by a group of armed men. The kidnappers, who were part of a local criminal group, forced the couple out of their vehicle and demanded that they hand over all their valuables. The criminals were part of a larger kidnapping ring that had been targeting tourists for ransom. The couple was then taken to a remote location deep in the rainforest, where they were held hostage by their captors. Their kidnappers, who were part of an organized crime syndicate, demanded a large ransom from the couple's families. The group had a reputation for kidnapping tourists for ransom, and the couple's capture was just one in a string of similar abductions in the region. As the days passed, Daniela and Giovanni were kept in isolation, confined to a small hut and under constant surveillance by their captors. They had little contact with the outside world and were unable to communicate with anyone other than their kidnappers. During their captivity, the couple endured both physical and psychological abuse. The kidnappers threatened to kill them if the ransom was not paid, using fear to maintain control over them. Daniela and Giovanni's situation was made even more desperate by the harsh conditions in which they were held. They were given minimal food and water, and their physical health began to deteriorate. Despite these challenges, Daniela and Giovanni maintained hope that they would be freed. As the ransom demands grew higher, Daniela and Giovanni's families were forced to work with law enforcement to negotiate the release of the couple. The kidnappers were persistent, refusing to release the couple until they received the money they had demanded. In response, the authorities began working to gather intelligence and track down the criminal group behind the abduction. Ecuadorian police, with assistance from Interpol, launched an investigation to locate the couple and apprehend the criminals responsible for the kidnapping. Meanwhile, the couple continued to endure their captivity. Their captors, realizing the authorities were closing in, became increasingly erratic. The situation was growing more dangerous for Daniela and Giovanni, as the kidnappers feared their plan might be thwarted. The constant threat of violence kept the couple in a state of fear, but they continued to support each other emotionally and tried to maintain a sense of hope. After several days of tense negotiations, the authorities finally located the group of criminals holding Daniela and Giovanni. The police launched a rescue operation, which took place on August 15, 2008, just 4 days after the couple's abduction. The rescue operation was swift and successful, and the couple was freed without injury. The criminals responsible for the kidnapping were arrested, and law enforcement officials later confirmed that the gang had been involved in multiple abductions of tourists for ransom. The couple's rescue marked the end of a terrifying ordeal, but it also marked the beginning of their long journey to recovery. Daniela and Giovanni were given medical treatment and psychological counseling to help them cope with the trauma of their experience. The physical and emotional toll of the kidnapping would take months to heal, and both Daniela and Giovanni struggled with feelings of fear and anxiety in the aftermath of their ordeal. In the years following their rescue, Daniela and Giovanni became advocates for travel safety and the protection of tourists in high-risk regions. They worked with organizations to raise awareness about the dangers of kidnapping in certain parts of the world and to promote better safety measures for tourists. Their story also brought attention to the importance of international cooperation in tackling organized crime and the challenges of rescuing hostages in remote, lawless areas. The kidnapping of Daniela and Giovanni in South America serves as a sobering reminder of the risks that travelers can face in regions where criminal activity is rampant. It highlights the vulnerability of tourists who may be unaware of the dangers lurking in unfamiliar locations. However, the couple's survival and the successful rescue operation also serve as a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit, the importance of family support, and the power of international law enforcement cooperation in addressing such crises. In 2007, the kidnapping of Sean Hornbeck in Missouri became one of the most infamous cases of abduction and survival in modern history. Sean was taken from his home at the age of 11 and held captive for over 4 years by Michael Devlin, a man with a history of violent behavior. What makes Sean's case particularly disturbing is the prolonged period of captivity, the psychological manipulation involved, and the eventual discovery of Sean after a chance encounter that led to his dramatic rescue. The story of his abduction and eventual recovery is one of hope, resilience, and the lasting effects of trauma. On October 6, 2007, Sean Hornbeck was abducted while riding his bicycle near his home in St. Louis, Missouri. His parents, Terry and Craig Hornbeck, reported him missing immediately, but despite a lengthy search by law enforcement, Sean was not found. The case quickly gained national attention, with media outlets covering every detail of his disappearance. As months turned into years, the hope of finding Sean alive began to fade. His family, devastated by his abduction, continued to fight for answers, never giving up on the possibility that he could still be out there. What the Hornbeck family and the authorities did not know at the time was that Sean had been taken by Michael Devlin, a man with a criminal record background who had been stalking him for months before the abduction. Devlin, a pizza delivery driver, had been living a seemingly normal life, but behind the facade, he was hiding a dark secret. He kept Sean in a small apartment, isolated from the outside world, and subjected him to both physical and emotional abuse. Over time, Devlin convinced Sean that he could never return home, using manipulation and fear to maintain control over him. During his time in captivity, Sean was subjected to unimaginable psychological torment. Devlin constantly reinforced the idea that no one was looking for him and that his family had abandoned him. Sean was forced to call Devlin Dad and was made to live under the strictest rules, with little to no contact with the outside world. Devlin moved Sean between different locations, keeping him hidden in plain sight for years. Sean's life was completely controlled by his abductor, and his chance of escaping seemed slim to none. The breaking point came when Sean was 15 years old. Devlin had kept him in captivity for over 4 years when an unexpected event set the stage for Sean's rescue. On January 12, 2007, Devlin was spotted by a police officer while walking Sean down the street. The officer noticed that the young boy appeared nervous and disheveled, prompting him to stop and ask if everything was okay. In that moment, Sean recognized that this might be his only chance to escape. With a quiet whisper, he told the officer that he had been abducted, and within moments, law enforcement was on the scene. Sean's rescue was a miraculous moment for both him and his family. It marked the end of his years of captivity, but it also began a long and painful journey toward recovery. The physical toll of Sean's captivity was evident, but the emotional scars were far more profound. He had spent years living under the control of a man who had systematically broken his spirit and isolated him from the outside world. Sean was understandably reluctant to trust people, even those who had been searching for him for years. His recovery would take years, requiring therapy, counseling, and the support of his family and community. In the aftermath of Sean's rescue, Devlin was arrested and charged with kidnapping, sexual assault, and other crimes related to his captivity of Sean and other victims. He was sentenced to life in prison, where he would serve the rest of his life behind bars. The case highlighted the vulnerabilities that children face, even in seemingly safe communities, and it brought attention to the long-term effects of child abduction and the challenges of reintegrating a victim after years of isolation. Sean's story, while horrific, also became one of inspiration. His courage in surviving the horrors he endured and his strength in reclaiming his life became a symbol of hope for others who had experienced similar trauma. Over time, Sean began to speak publicly about his experiences, using his story to raise awareness about the dangers of abduction and the importance of supporting victims in their recovery. He also became an advocate for child protection laws and helped raise funds for organizations that support missing children and their families. Though the trauma of Sean's years in captivity would never fully disappear, his resilience and determination to heal have made his story one of the most remarkable survival tales in modern history. Sean Hornbeck's case serves as a stark reminder of the dangers of abduction and the strength of the human spirit. It also highlights the importance of vigilance and the need for continued efforts to protect children from those who would prey on their innocence. Sean's escape from his captor was not just the end of a horrifying chapter, it was the beginning of a new life, one that he would spend helping others and fighting for those who could not escape. The kidnapping of Stephen Stainer is one of the most poignant and unforgettable stories in the history of American abductions. In 1972, at just 7 years old, Stephen was abducted while walking home from school in Merced, California. His case, which lasted for over 7 years, would become the subject of intense media attention and raise significant questions about the psychology of captives and the resilience of those who survive such traumatic experiences. Stephen was taken by Kenneth Parnell, a man with a history of criminal behavior. Parnell, who had long been obsessed with the idea of abducting a child, lured Stephen into his vehicle and drove him away. Over the next several days, Parnell kept Stephen in a secluded cabin in the wilderness. Stephen's captor told him that he was now his father and that he had to adopt a new identity. Parnell changed Stephen's name to Dennis Parnell and forced him to live under this new identity for the duration of his captivity. The first few years were filled with unimaginable torment. Parnell isolated Stephen from the world, keeping him hidden from his family and the authorities. He subjected Stephen to both psychological and physical abuse, telling him that his family had abandoned him and that he could never return to them. Parnell also kept Stephen isolated from any potential contact with the outside world, making it nearly impossible for him to seek help. During his time in captivity, Stephen was forced to attend school under his new identity, and for several years he lived a relatively quiet life, though it was always under the strict control of Parnell. Stephen, still a child, struggled with the conflicting emotions of wanting to escape but also fearing the consequences of disobedience. He became deeply confused about his true identity as Parnell continued to tell him that his family had given him up. The trauma of being denied any real connection to his family left Stephen feeling helpless. In 1980, Parnell took an even darker step. He abducted another child, 5-year-old Timothy White, and brought him to the cabin where Stephen was kept. Parnell began to treat Timothy the same way he had treated Stephen, isolating him and subjecting him to the same kind of abuse. Stephen, now 14, found himself in a difficult position. He had spent years under the belief that he would never escape and that he had no family to return to. But his love for Timothy and his desire to protect him began to change his perspective. In 1984, Stephen and Timothy managed to escape together after Parnell left the cabin to visit relatives. Stephen made the brave decision to walk into town with Timothy, not knowing if anyone would believe them or help them. They wandered into a local police station, where Stephen's identity was finally confirmed. The reunion with Stephen's family was an emotional one, and his case quickly made headlines as a remarkable story of survival. He had been missing for over 7 years, but despite the horrors he had faced, Stephen returned home to a family who had never stopped searching for him. Stephen's story didn't end with his escape, however. Though he had finally been freed, the psychological toll of his captivity was profound. The years he spent with Parnell left him grappling with feelings of shame, confusion, and alienation. He struggled to adjust to life with his family and to reclaim his identity. The emotional scars of his abduction would remain with him for the rest of his life. Kenneth Parnell was arrested shortly after Stephen's escape, and he was convicted of kidnapping, false imprisonment, and other charges. In 2003, Parnell was sentenced to 7 years in prison for his role in the abduction of Stephen Stainer and Timothy White. However, Parnell's actions left a permanent mark on the victims, especially Stephen. Despite his traumatic experiences, Stephen later became an advocate for children's safety and worked to raise awareness about child abduction and the psychological effects of captivity. He even worked with law enforcement agencies to assist in the recovery of other abducted children. Stephen's story inspired a nation. His survival against all odds became a symbol of hope for victims of abduction and a reminder of the strength of the human spirit. In the years following his escape, Stephen lived a relatively quiet life. He married and had children, though the emotional scars of his captivity never fully healed. Tragically, Stephen Stainer passed away in a motorcycle accident in 1989 at the age of 24. His life was cut short, but his legacy as a symbol of survival, resilience, and courage endures. Stephen's case raised important questions about how society deals with child abductions and the long-term effects on those who survive them. His remarkable story is one of both tragedy and hope, and it serves as a reminder of the power of the human spirit to survive even the darkest circumstances. The story of Stephen Stainer remains one of the most unforgettable and powerful tales of survival in the history of American crime. The 1996 Atlanta Olympics was meant to be a celebration of sports and unity. But instead, it was marred by a bombing at Centennial Olympic Park, an event that would forever change the life of one man, Richard Jewell. Jewell, a security guard working at the park, would be thrust into the national spotlight not as a hero, but as a suspect. His story is a chilling example of how media and public opinion can turn an innocent person's life upside down, turning a victim into a suspect in a matter of hours. On July 27, 1996, a bomb exploded at Centennial Olympic Park in Atlanta during the Summer Olympics. The blast killed 2 people and injured over 100 others. The attack sent shockwaves through the nation, and in the chaotic aftermath, the FBI began searching for leads and suspects. As investigators combed through the evidence, they identified Richard Jewell, a 33-year-old security guard, as someone who had been near the bomb and had alerted police about a suspicious backpack moments before the explosion. Jewell had been working security at the event and noticed the backpack lying unattended near a concert venue. He immediately alerted police officers, who were able to evacuate the area just before the bomb exploded. In hindsight, many saw Jewell's actions as heroic. However, as law enforcement searched for suspects, they turned their attention to him. Jewell, as a security guard, seemed like an obvious person of interest. The FBI had him under suspicion for several weeks, even though there was no direct evidence linking him to the bombing. The real turning point in the case came when the media got involved. On July 30th, just days after the bombing, a news report from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution ran with the headline, "FBI Suspects Security Guard in Bombing." The story, based on leaks from anonymous law enforcement sources, claimed that Jewell fit the profile of a lone bomber. The article described Jewell as someone who might have planted the bomb in order to gain attention or be a hero. The media's portrayal of Jewell as a suspect, even though no charges had been filed, created a public frenzy. Within hours, Jewell's face was plastered across newspapers, TV broadcasts, and the internet. He was thrust into the national spotlight as the prime suspect in one of the most high-profile bombing cases in U.S. history. The media's constant coverage of the case created an environment in which public opinion was shaped by unverified claims. Jewell became the target of relentless scrutiny, his reputation tarnished by the very media outlets that had once hailed him as a hero. Even after the FBI cleared him of any wrongdoing, the damage to his life had already been done. His name was forever linked to the bombing, and his career as a security guard and his personal life were destroyed. It wasn't until late 1997 that the FBI publicly cleared Jewel of all charges. They had shifted their focus to Eric Robert Rudolph, a man who would eventually be convicted of the bombing, as well as other attacks. However, the damage to Jewel's life was irreversible. He was never fully exonerated in the eyes of the public. Though the media eventually apologized for their rush to judgment, the harm had already been done. In the years that followed, Jewel filed lawsuits against several media outlets for defamation, including the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, NBC, and other major news organizations. He settled many of these lawsuits for undisclosed amounts. While Jewel never became a household name in the way the perpetrators of high-profile crimes often do, he became an advocate for others who were wrongfully accused and thrust into the public eye without cause. He worked to bring awareness to the dangers of media sensationalism and the impact it can have on innocent lives. Despite the legal settlements, the emotional toll of the experience was enormous. Jewel was never able to recover from the trauma of being publicly vilified for a crime he did not commit. He struggled with anxiety, depression, and feelings of betrayal by the media and law enforcement. The stress of the ordeal took a significant toll on his health. Tragically, Richard Jewell passed away in 2007 at the age of 44 from complications related to heart disease. The case of Richard Jewell serves as a powerful reminder of the dangers of rushing to judgment, especially when it comes to matters of life and death. His experience underscores the importance of careful, objective reporting by the media and the need for law enforcement to conduct thorough investigations before implicating innocent people. Jewell was a man who went from being a hero to a suspect in a matter of days, only to find that his life would never be the same. While his name was eventually cleared, the trauma he endured highlighted the potential consequences of wrongful accusations in the age of media sensationalism. In the end, the tragedy of Richard Jewell was not just about the bombing itself, but about the way an innocent man was treated by the public and the media. His story is a cautionary tale about the importance of protecting the rights of individuals, ensuring justice is done, and remembering that the truth is not always as simple as it seems. The kidnapping of Patty Hearst in 1974 is one of the most bizarre and chilling abduction stories in American history. Patty Hearst, the granddaughter of the powerful media mogul William Randolph Hearst, was taken from her apartment in Berkeley, California, at the age of 19. What began as a terrifying abduction soon evolved into something far more complex when Patty seemingly began to identify with her captors, a phenomenon that would later be labeled as Stockholm Syndrome. The case not only captivated the public, but also raised questions about manipulation, coercion, and the psychological impacts of captivity. On February 4, 1974, Patty Hearst was abducted by the Symbionese Liberation Army, SLA, a radical left-wing group with a goal to incite revolution through violent acts. The SLA had previously gained attention for their radical rhetoric and desire to overthrow the US government. But the kidnapping of Patty Hearst marked the point where their actions became not only violent, but also personal. The SLA's members, led by the charismatic and violent Donald DeFreeze, known as Field Marshal Cinque, had developed an obsession with forcing Hearst's wealthy family to give away their fortune to the poor. The initial demand was for $70 million in food aid for the needy, but the plan quickly escalated. Patty Hearst, a student at the time, was in her apartment with her fiancé when masked men broke in and kidnapped her at gunpoint. The abduction itself was terrifying, but what followed was even more perplexing. After being taken to a remote location, Patty was subjected to a barrage of physical and psychological manipulation. Her captors kept her blindfolded, isolated, and made her feel as though escape was impossible. The SLA's tactics were harsh but effective. They immediately made demands of Patty's wealthy family, hoping to pressure them into complying. During her captivity, Patty was forced to participate in their activities, including a bank robbery in which she was caught on camera holding a machine gun. Shockingly, she seemed to be willingly participating in the robbery, and in a matter of weeks, the public began to see a dramatic shift in her behavior. Patty was no longer just a victim. She seemed to be adopting the ideology of her captors. This transformation led to widespread speculation. Many wondered if Patty Hearst had willingly joined the SLA, and if so, why. The answer lies in the psychological phenomena known as Stockholm Syndrome, where hostages develop sympathetic feelings toward their captors. Stockholm Syndrome was first identified after a 1973 bank robbery in Stockholm, Sweden, where hostages developed a bond with their captors during their 6-day ordeal. Patty Hearst's situation seemed to mirror this pattern. As the days stretched into months, she became more integrated into the SLA and began to actively participate in their crimes. Patty's behavior baffled the public. She was captured on surveillance cameras during the infamous Hibernia bank robbery, holding a weapon and ordering customers and employees to the ground. The image of a young woman, once considered a wealthy and privileged heir, now seemingly on the side of a violent group, shocked the world. She later appeared in a videotape where she openly declared her allegiance to the SLA and denounced her family for not supporting the revolution. Her transformation from a kidnapping victim to a full participant in criminal activity raised complex questions about her true level of involvement. Was she a victim of brainwashing and manipulation, or had she willingly joined the SLA's cause? The answers were not so simple. In her later statements, Patty explained how her captors constantly threatened her, making her believe that she would be killed if she didn't comply with their demands. They isolated her and used psychological tactics to break her spirit and force her into adopting their ideology. Patty Hearst was eventually captured in 1975, 19 months after her abduction, and arrested on charges of bank robbery and other crimes related to her involvement with the SLA. Her trial became a media circus, with widespread debate over whether she should be seen as a victim or a criminal. Her defense team argued that she had been coerced into committing crimes, and many felt that her actions were the result of the trauma she had suffered during her captivity. Patty Hearst's case brought the concept of Stockholm Syndrome into the mainstream and sparked discussions on how victims of kidnapping are often psychologically manipulated into compliance with their captors. In 1979, Patty Hearst was convicted of armed robbery and sentenced to 35 years in prison. However, she was pardoned by President Jimmy Carter in 1979 after serving just over 2 years of her sentence. Despite her early release, Patty's life after her time in prison was far from normal. She struggled to reintegrate into society and faced continued public scrutiny for her actions during the abduction. Over the years, she worked to rebuild her life, eventually becoming a successful actress and author, but the psychological scars of her abduction remained. Patty Hearst's case is an enduring example of the complexities of human behavior in extreme circumstances. It raises difficult questions about free will, psychological manipulation, and the lasting effects of trauma. While she may never fully escape the public perception of her as a criminal, Patty's story serves as a reminder of the power of manipulation and the human capacity to survive even the most terrifying and extreme situations. It also highlights the need for greater understanding of the psychological effects of captivity and how those who experience it must be supported in their recovery. On November 19th, 1988, a seemingly ordinary day in Hayward, California, turned into a nightmare for Michaela Gerecht, a 9-year-old girl who was abducted while walking to the store with a friend. Michaela's case would become a chilling example of how a random encounter could result in a child's disappearance, and how a community's strength and determination can lead to years of investigation, heartbreak, and ultimately, a long-awaited resolution. Michaela was walking with a friend to a nearby store to buy a snack when she was abducted in broad daylight. The two girls had stopped at a corner near the grocery store when a man approached them in a car, offering them a ride. Michaela's friend hesitated, but Michaela, eager to complete her errand, accepted the offer. The man, later identified as 35-year-old kidnapping predator Richard Allen Davis, immediately pulled Michaela into his vehicle, drove away, and left the area before anyone could react. Michaela's friend, terrified, ran home to alert her parents and the authorities. The abduction sent shockwaves through the small community of Hayward. Local law enforcement, the FBI, and volunteers combed the area, hoping to find Michaela or at least locate clues that would lead them to her whereabouts. Despite extensive search efforts, there were no immediate signs of Michaela. The investigation quickly became a public spectacle, with missing person posters, media coverage, and pleas from Michaela's family for the safe return of their daughter. For the following weeks and months, the search intensified, but as time passed without new evidence, hope began to fade. Despite the initial leads, the investigation stalled. Michaela's family, particularly her mother, Sharon, never gave up hope. Sharon, who was the driving force behind the search, refused to believe that her daughter was gone forever. She worked tirelessly with law enforcement, distributing flyers and raising awareness about Michaela's case, but as years passed without resolution, the family's pain deepened. In the months after Michaela's disappearance, Davis was linked to other crimes, including previous sexual assaults. It was later revealed that he had a history of abductions, with prior convictions for kidnapping and sexual assault. However, it wasn't until 1993 that Davis was finally arrested in connection with Michaela's kidnapping. During a routine investigation, law enforcement discovered that Davis had been living in the same area at the time of Michaela's disappearance and had been in close proximity to the scene. Evidence connected him to Michaela's case, and he was charged with her kidnapping and other crimes related to his past offenses. During his trial, Davis confessed to the abduction and described the harrowing details of the crime. He explained that he had abducted Michaela in an attempt to sexually assault her, but he had ultimately murdered her. Davis claimed that after abducting Michaela, he had driven her to a remote location where he forced her to perform sexual acts. When Michaela tried to escape, he killed her to cover up the crime. Michaela's body was never found, and her family remained in limbo for years, unsure of what had happened to her. Despite Davis's confession, Michaela's remains were never recovered. The case grew even more haunting as the years went by, with the absence of her body leaving unanswered questions for her family. Finally, in 2013, a breakthrough came. Davis led investigators to a field in rural California where he claimed to have buried Michaela's body. After extensive excavation, her remains were found, allowing the family to finally give Michaela a proper burial. The discovery provided closure, but it also opened new wounds for her family, as the truth of what had happened to Michaela was now painfully clear. Richard Allen Davis was convicted of kidnapping and murder, and in 1996 he was sentenced to death for his crimes. However, due to California's moratorium on the death penalty, Davis remains incarcerated. The case highlighted the dangers of predators like Davis and the importance of keeping convicted criminals with a history of violent behavior off the streets. It also underscored the psychological impact of abductions, particularly when children are involved, and the long-lasting trauma it leaves for the victims' families. Michaela Garecht's case served as a reminder of the vulnerability of children, even in seemingly safe environments, and the dangers posed by repeat offenders. Her kidnapping became a critical moment in the fight for stronger child protection laws, with advocacy for increased awareness about the risks that predators pose to children. Her story also highlighted the courage of her family, especially her mother, who never stopped searching for her daughter and who became an advocate for missing children in the years following Michaela's disappearance. Though Michaela was taken from them far too soon, her family's dedication to her memory and their efforts to raise awareness about child abductions have continued to inspire others. Michaela's legacy endures, reminding us all of the importance of vigilance, community action, and the fight to protect children from harm. The kidnapping of 7-year-old Maria Ridolph in 1957 became one of the most haunting and enduring mysteries in American criminal history. Her case was a rare combination of a child's disappearance, a long period of uncertainty, and the eventual uncovering of the truth decades later. Maria's abduction was the catalyst for a years-long investigation that would eventually lead to the conviction of a man who had managed to evade justice for over half a century. The case serves as a tragic reminder of how a single act of violence can change lives forever and how perseverance in seeking justice can bring closure after years of pain. Maria Ridolph, a young girl from Sycamore, Illinois, was abducted on December 3, 1957, while playing outside with a friend near her home. On that fateful day, she and her friend were playing a game of tag in the snow when a man approached them. The man, later identified as 18-year-old Jack McCullough, told Maria and her friend that he had a puppy and that Maria could come with him to see it. Maria, a trusting young child, agreed to go with him, and that was the last time she was seen alive. McCullough took Maria away, and by the time her friend realized what had happened, Maria had already been taken. The friend immediately ran home to alert Maria's parents. But when they searched the area, Maria was nowhere to be found. The news of Maria's disappearance quickly spread, and the small town of Sycamore was thrown into chaos. Law enforcement, along with volunteers, began searching the area immediately. The FBI became involved in the investigation, which quickly became a media sensation. As days turned into weeks with no sign of Maria, the case grew colder. Despite extensive efforts to locate her, there were no solid leads, and the community began to lose hope. For nearly 6 months, the investigation stalled, and the whereabouts of Maria remained a mystery. Then, in June 1958, nearly 6 months after her disappearance, Maria's body was discovered in a wooded area outside Sycamore, Illinois. She had been murdered, and her body had been left hidden in the snow. For the Ridolph family, the discovery of their daughter's body was both a relief and a devastating blow. While they now knew what had happened to Maria, they would never get to see her grow up or experience the joy she had brought to their lives. The cause of death was determined to be strangulation, and the case was ruled a homicide. Despite the new evidence, the investigation failed to produce any immediate suspects. For decades, Maria's murder remained unsolved, and her family was left to mourn in uncertainty. The case went cold, and as time passed, the trail of evidence grew colder as well. Maria's family, however, never gave up hope of finding her killer. The memory of Maria's smile and the cruelty of her abduction haunted them for years. The case took a dramatic turn in 2011, more than 50 years after Maria's abduction and murder, when new evidence finally brought the case to a close. Jack McCullough, the man who had been one of the last people seen with Maria, was arrested for her kidnapping and murder. He had spent decades living under an assumed name and had been a free man for years, despite being the prime suspect in the case. Investigators uncovered new evidence that connected McCullough to the crime, including eyewitness testimony that had never been fully explored during the original investigation. In particular, the investigation revealed that McCullough had been seen near the location where Maria's body had been found shortly after her disappearance. During his trial in 2012, McCullough, who had long denied any involvement in the abduction, was found guilty of kidnapping and murdering Maria Ridulph. The prosecution presented a compelling case showing that McCullough had a motive for abducting Maria. At the time of the kidnapping, McCullough was living with his mother in the area, and evidence suggested that he had been watching Maria and other young girls in the neighborhood. His motive appeared to be sexual in nature, though McCullough never fully explained why he had abducted and killed Maria. The conviction was bittersweet for the Ridulph family. While they had finally received justice for Maria, the years of pain and uncertainty could never be fully erased. Jack McCullough was sentenced to life in prison, and his conviction closed the final chapter in a case that had haunted the community of Sycamore for over 5 decades. The case also raised questions about how long it can take to bring justice to families affected by violent crimes, and how important it is to never give up on seeking the truth, no matter how much time has passed. The murder of Maria Ridulph left an indelible mark on her family and the community, but her case also had a profound impact on how law enforcement and the public view child abduction cases. The perseverance of the Ridulph family, who never gave up on finding their daughter's killer, serves as a reminder of the power of hope and the importance of never forgetting the victims of violent crime. Maria's story, though tragic, also highlights the importance of justice and the need to continue to search for answers, even in cases that seem hopeless. In March 2017, Elizabeth Thomas, a 15-year-old high school student from Tennessee, became the victim of one of the most highly publicized and shocking kidnappings in the United States. The case of Elizabeth Thomas is a chilling example of how a trusted teacher can exploit their position of power to manipulate and abduct a young student. Elizabeth's story highlights the vulnerability of children in educational environments and the terrifying potential for predators to prey on their victims. However, Elizabeth's resilience and eventual escape serve as a testament to the strength of the human spirit and the ability to survive in the face of extreme danger. Elizabeth was a student at the Culleca Unit School in Maury County, Tennessee, where she was known for being a quiet, studious girl with a close-knit family. Her abductor was Tad Cummins, a 50-year-old teacher at the school who had worked as a health science instructor and had a reputation as a trusted educator. In the months leading up to the abduction, Cummins had developed an inappropriate relationship with Elizabeth, grooming her for manipulation. He used his position as a teacher to gain her trust and slowly began to isolate her from others, creating an emotional bond that would ultimately lead to his horrific crime. On March 13, 2017, Cummins took Elizabeth from school, and the two of them fled together. Elizabeth had been absent from school earlier that day, and while her parents assumed she was at home, they soon realized that something was wrong. Cummins and Elizabeth had left the area in his Nissan Rogue, and authorities quickly issued an Amber Alert. The FBI was called in to assist in locating the pair, and a nationwide manhunt ensued. The case drew widespread media attention, with the public desperate for answers and hoping for Elizabeth's safe return. As the investigation unfolded, it became clear that Cummins had carefully planned the abduction. He had taken steps to cover his tracks, including using a burner phone and taking measures to prevent his whereabouts from being tracked. Elizabeth's family was left in a state of anguish, fearing for her safety while desperately hoping that the authorities would locate her and bring her home. During the time of their flight, Cummins and Elizabeth spent days on the road, hiding in motels and staying in secluded areas to avoid detection. Cummins had been careful to keep a low profile, but it wasn't long before authorities were able to trace their movements. Surveillance footage and witness reports placed them in various locations across the country, including in Northern California. Throughout the ordeal, Elizabeth's family and friends feared for her safety, especially as it became clear that Cummins was not simply attempting to abduct her, but was also manipulating her emotionally. Elizabeth, who had initially been in shock and confused, was isolated and coerced by her abductor, who convinced her that they were in love and that she was better off with him than with her family. The FBI and law enforcement agencies worked tirelessly to locate the pair. On March 20th, just over a week after the abduction, a tip led authorities to a remote cabin in Cecilville, California. Elizabeth and Cummins were found there, and Elizabeth was safely rescued. Cummins was arrested without incident, and Elizabeth was immediately reunited with her family. The authorities quickly moved to bring Cummins back to Tennessee, where he would face charges related to his kidnapping of Elizabeth, as well as charges for sexual contact with a minor. The case had a profound impact on both the community and the nation, bringing attention to the dangers that children face, even within seemingly safe environments like schools. Elizabeth's recovery, while initially physical, would also require significant emotional and psychological healing. She was placed under the care of her family, who supported her every step of the way. Over time, Elizabeth began to open up about her ordeal, revealing the manipulation and control that Cummins had used over her. Although her recovery was a slow and difficult process, she showed remarkable strength in facing the trauma she had endured. In 2018, Tad Cummins was sentenced to 20 years in federal prison for kidnapping and transportation of a minor with the intent to engage in criminal sexual activity. His actions not only destroyed the life of a young girl, but also shattered the trust that families place in teachers and educators. The case sparked discussions about how schools should better protect students from potential predators, and how grooming and manipulation can go unnoticed for so long. Elizabeth Thomas's story serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of vigilance and communication within families and communities. It also highlights the dangers that children can face, even in environments where they are supposed to be safe. Elizabeth's bravery in surviving her abduction, her courage in speaking out, and her strength in reclaiming her life are a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Though her life was forever altered by the trauma she faced, Elizabeth's survival and eventual escape stand as an inspiration to others who have been affected by similar crimes. The story of Amber Hageman is one that shaped an entire nation's approach to child abduction and led to one of the most successful and widely recognized safety programs in the United States, the Amber Alert System. While Amber's case ended in tragedy, her name has become synonymous with the urgent need to protect children from abduction, and her story continues to resonate with families and communities across the country. On January 13, 1996, 9-year-old Amber Hageman was riding her bicycle in her neighborhood in Arlington, Texas, when she was abducted in broad daylight. Amber had been playing with her younger brother, Ricky, when she decided to ride her bike to a nearby store to buy some snacks. Her brother, too young to go with her, watched her leave. unaware that this would be the last time he would ever see her alive. While riding her bike, Amber was approached by a man in a black pickup truck. The man grabbed her and forcibly took her into the vehicle, driving off as witnesses who had seen the abduction frantically tried to intervene. Tragically, Amber was driven away, and within hours the entire city of Arlington was thrown into a state of panic. The abduction of Amber Hagerman became a nightmare for her family. Her mother, Donna Whitson, and her father, Richard Hagerman, immediately contacted the police and reported her missing. Law enforcement quickly responded, launching an extensive search for Amber. Volunteers, family members, and local authorities worked tirelessly throughout the night, combing the streets, hoping to find her. Despite the growing fear and desperation, the search was unsuccessful. As the days went by without any word on Amber's whereabouts, the search began to expand, and the investigation intensified. Despite the efforts of local law enforcement and the FBI, Amber's body was found just 4 days later, on January 17, 1996, in a drainage ditch near an abandoned grocery store in Arlington. She had been brutally murdered, her body discarded and hidden from sight. The community, devastated by the loss of such a young life, rallied together in mourning, and Amber's parents were left to grapple with the unthinkable. The police investigation into Amber's death led nowhere for several years. The abductor remained unidentified, and no solid leads emerged. The case grew cold, with the killer slipping through the cracks of the investigation, leaving Amber's family without closure. Despite the overwhelming grief and frustration, Amber's parents refused to give up on finding justice for their daughter. They wanted to ensure that no other family would have to experience the pain of losing a child to abduction. In 1996, only months after Amber's death, a new initiative was introduced by law enforcement and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, NCMEC, that would honor Amber's memory and aim to prevent future abductions. The Amber Alert system was created as a direct result of her tragic case. The Amber Alert system, named in honor of Amber Hagerman, was designed to quickly disseminate information about child abductions to the public. Using text messages, radio broadcasts, and highway billboards, the system alerts communities and law enforcement agencies about missing children, helping to mobilize the public and gather valuable information that could lead to the safe recovery of abducted children. The Amber Alert system has since been credited with saving hundreds of children's lives by encouraging the public to be vigilant and report suspicious activity. The program has been adopted across the United States and in other countries, and it has become one of the most well-known and effective tools in child safety. Though Amber's murderer has never been caught, her legacy lives on through the Amber Alert system, which has become an invaluable resource in the fight to protect children. The case has also highlighted the importance of community involvement in protecting children, as the Amber Alert system relies on the vigilance of the public to help identify potential suspects and bring children home safely. Amber's story is a sobering reminder of the vulnerability of children and the importance of swift action in cases of abduction. In the years since Amber's abduction, her parents have continued to advocate for child safety and awareness. They work with organizations such as the NCMEC to raise awareness about missing children and help strengthen laws that protect children from predators. Amber's legacy has also inspired other parents whose children have been abducted to push for the creation of programs that support families during times of crisis and provide resources to law enforcement to solve cases more efficiently. While Amber's case remains unsolved, her story has inspired positive change and continues to help families across the country. The Amber Alert system has become an enduring symbol of hope for children and families in crisis. It serves as a reminder of the importance of community and law enforcement working together to protect children, ensuring that their safety is never taken for granted. Amber's name will forever be remembered as a catalyst for change in the fight to protect children from abduction, and her story will continue to inspire efforts to safeguard young lives for generations to come. In 2006, Elizabeth Schoaf, a 14-year-old girl from South Carolina, was abducted by a man named Daniel L. O'Neill. What followed was a horrifying ordeal of captivity and a remarkable escape, which would inspire many and bring attention to the resilience of victims in the face of abduction. On September 6th, Elizabeth was walking home from school when O'Neill, who had been stalking her, pulled up in a van. He offered her a ride, and after some hesitation, she accepted. O'Neill then held Elizabeth at gunpoint, tied her up, and transported her to a nearby trailer in a rural area. He kept her in a small, isolated room and forced her to comply with his demands. During her captivity, Elizabeth endured both physical and psychological abuse. O'Neill, who had a history of criminal behavior, threatened her and manipulated her emotionally. Despite her terrifying circumstances, Elizabeth remained calm and found ways to stay mentally strong. She developed a survival mindset, constantly searching for a way to escape. For days, Elizabeth remained confined, but she never lost hope. On the 7th day, she was left alone in the room while O'Neill went out. This was her chance. Elizabeth took the opportunity to escape, running through the woods and finding her way to safety. She flagged down a passing car, and the driver immediately called the police. O'Neill was quickly apprehended. Elizabeth's escape and her bravery in surviving such a terrifying ordeal brought her national attention. She became an advocate for child safety and spoke out about the importance of staying vigilant and informed. Her case serves as a powerful reminder of the resilience of victims and how, even in the face of extreme danger, survival is possible. In 2018, Jamie Kloss, a 13-year-old girl from Wisconsin, was abducted in a violent home invasion that would leave her family shattered and her life changed forever. Her story became a symbol of hope and courage as her survival and eventual escape captivated the nation and sparked widespread discussions about resilience and the power of the human spirit in the face of unspeakable horror. On October 15, 2018, Jamie was home with her parents when a man named Jake Patterson broke into their house, shot and killed her parents, and then took Jamie captive. Patterson, who had no previous connection to the Kloss family, targeted Jamie after seeing her on the school bus and becoming obsessed with her. He forced her into his car and took her to his remote cabin, where he kept her locked in a room for 88 days. During her captivity, Jamie endured both physical and psychological abuse. Patterson kept her confined and isolated, and he manipulated her into believing that there was no hope for escape. Despite this, Jamie never lost hope. She made a plan to escape, keeping track of Patterson's routines and waiting for the right moment to act. On January 10, 2019, Jamie found that opportunity. She managed to break free from the cabin while Patterson was away. She ran to a nearby house, where a woman recognized her and immediately called the authorities. The police quickly responded, and Jamie was rescued, safe and unharmed. Patterson was arrested shortly after. Jamie's courage in escaping her captor and her resilience in surviving the ordeal made her a national hero. The case led to an outpouring of support from across the country, and Jamie's story served as a reminder of the strength and perseverance of young survivors. Her escape and the hope it inspired proved that even in the most horrific situations, survival is possible. The case of Ariel Castro, who kidnapped and held 3 women captive for over a decade, shocked the world when the women were finally freed in 2013. Michelle Knight, Gina DeJesus, and Amanda Berry were abducted at different times between 2002 and 2004, and they were kept in Castro's home in Cleveland, Ohio, where they endured horrific abuse. The story of their survival, courage, and eventual escape is a testament to the human spirit's resilience, even under the most unimaginable circumstances. Michelle Knight was the first of the 3 to be abducted at the age of 21. She was lured into Castro's car under the pretense of needing help, and once inside, she was violently kidnapped. Castro kept Michelle in his basement, subjected her to years of physical and sexual abuse, and kept her isolated from the outside world. He told her that she was no longer allowed to see her family, and that they had given up on her. Over time, Michelle became resigned to her fate, but she never lost the will to survive. Gina DeJesus, just 14 years old at the time, was the second victim. She had been walking home from school when she was abducted by Castro. Gina, like Michelle, was trapped in the basement of the house, and she endured constant abuse. Amanda Berry, who was 16 at the time of her abduction, was the last of the victims to be taken. She was grabbed while walking home from her job at Burger King. Over the years, the 3 women lived in constant fear, often believing that they would never escape. They were kept in separate rooms and were subjected to brutal physical and sexual abuse at the hands of Castro. Despite the cruelty of their captor, the women maintained a strong bond of friendship. They quietly supported each other, sharing small moments of comfort and strength whenever they could. Amanda, in particular, became determined to escape when she had a chance. On May 6, 2013, that opportunity finally came. Amanda, who had managed to form a secret plan, seized the moment when Castro left the house. She was able to break through a door, escape, and get help from a neighbor, Charles Ramsey, who immediately called 911. Amanda screamed for help, and with the assistance of the neighbor, the police arrived and freed Michelle and Gina from the house. The women were rescued, and Castro was arrested shortly after. The aftermath of their rescue was both joyous and painful. The women were reunited with their families, who had spent years searching for them. Their return was celebrated worldwide, but the emotional toll of their captivity was immense. Each of the women had to undergo years of therapy to heal from the psychological scars of their abuse. Despite the trauma, the women's courage and strength were celebrated by the public, as they had endured a decade of unimaginable abuse and still found the strength to survive. Ariel Castro was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, and in 2013 he died by suicide in his cell. His death left many unanswered questions, but the women's eventual freedom marked the end of his reign of terror. The story of Michelle, Gina, and Amanda is not only a story of survival, but also one of triumph. Despite everything they endured, they found a way to reclaim their lives and become voices for others who have suffered similar fates. Today, the women are advocates for victims of abuse and abduction, using their experiences to raise awareness about human trafficking, the effects of trauma, and the importance of support for survivors. Their story serves as a powerful reminder of the strength that resides within the human spirit, and their resilience continues to inspire countless others who face the unimaginable. The kidnapping of Sean Hornbeck in 2007 shocked the nation, particularly because it was not only an abduction, but a case that involved years of captivity. Sean, just 11 years old at the time, was taken in 2007 from his home in Missouri by Michael Devlin, a man with a history of violent behavior. For over 4 years, Sean was held captive in a dark, isolated apartment, forced into a life he never chose. His eventual escape in 2011 became one of the most remarkable survival stories, but the case also left lasting questions about the toll of captivity and the psychological effects on both victims and their families. Sean was abducted in broad daylight as he was riding his bike in a quiet neighborhood. Devlin, a pizza delivery man, had been following Sean for some time before kidnapping him. He kept Sean locked in his apartment, where the young boy was subjected to both physical and mental abuse. Devlin told Sean that he was his father, and for years Sean was led to believe that he would never see his family again. During his captivity, Sean was forced into isolation, cut off from the outside world. Devlin was the only person Sean saw, and Sean was made to believe that his family had abandoned him. Devlin would occasionally let him go outside, but Sean was always under close supervision and was constantly told that there was no way for him to leave. In those early years, Sean had little hope of escaping. He was a child, alone and frightened, with no idea how to get help. The breakthrough came in 2011 when Sean, now 15, found an opportunity to escape. Devlin had left his apartment, and Sean managed to break free. He was eventually found by a good Samaritan who recognized him and immediately called the police. Law enforcement quickly responded, and Sean was safely reunited with his family. Sean's escape made headlines across the country. His parents, who had not given up hope during the years of uncertainty, were overjoyed to have him back, but the trauma of his abduction was clear. For Sean, the process of reintegration was difficult. He had spent so many years in captivity that returning to a normal life seemed daunting. He struggled with feelings of confusion, isolation, and anxiety as he adjusted to the outside world. In the years following his escape, Sean spoke publicly about his experience and worked with organizations that support victims of abduction. He became an advocate for children's safety, helping raise awareness about the dangers of abduction and the psychological effects it can have on survivors. His bravery in speaking out helped others who had faced similar traumatic experiences. Michael Devlin was arrested and convicted of kidnapping and sexual abuse. He was sentenced to life in prison. His conviction closed the chapter on Sean's abduction, but it did little to erase the lasting effects of the trauma he experienced. Sean Hornbeck's case is a chilling reminder of the vulnerabilities children face, but it is also a powerful story of survival and resilience in the face of unspeakable horrors. On October 1st, 1993, the world was rocked by the abduction of Polly Klaas, a 12-year-old girl from Petaluma, California. Polly's case became one of the most high-profile kidnapping cases in the United States, capturing the public's attention and sparking a nationwide search. Tragically, Polly was murdered by her captor, but her case led to major changes in how abduction cases are handled and brought about significant improvements in child protection laws, especially in California. Polly was abducted from her home while having a slumber party with friends. Her mother, Eve, had been in the house and had heard Polly and her friends laughing and playing. However, later that evening, Polly's mother found the door to Polly's room open and the window raised. Polly was gone. The house had been broken into by Richard Allen Davis, a man with a long history of criminal behavior. Davis had been out on parole after serving time for prior crimes, including sexual assault, and he targeted Polly after seeing her at a local store earlier in the day. Davis, a violent predator, broke into the Klaas home, tied up Polly's friends, and kidnapped Polly. He took her to a remote area where he kept her for several hours. The entire community of Petaluma and surrounding areas was thrown into chaos as law enforcement began their search for the missing girl. The FBI and local police worked together, launching a manhunt that stretched across the state. The public was in shock, hoping for a miracle, but fearing the worst. After 2 days of searching, on October 3rd, the worst fear was realized. Polly's body was found in a wooded area near a creek, confirming that she had been brutally murdered. Richard Allen Davis was arrested and later confessed to the crime. He had strangled Polly and left her body in the woods. His motives were unclear, but he showed no remorse for his actions. Davis was convicted of kidnapping, sexual assault, and murder. He was sentenced to death in 1996, although his execution has yet to take place due to California's moratorium on the death penalty. Polly Klaas's abduction and murder had a profound impact on the nation, particularly in California. The case became a catalyst for new child protection laws, including the establishment of the Polly Klaas Foundation, which advocates for child safety and educates parents and children about the dangers of abduction. The case also prompted the implementation of Amber Alerts in California, a system that quickly disseminates information about missing children to the public, increasing the chances of recovery. Polly's mother, Eve, became a tireless advocate for children's rights and worked to ensure that the laws surrounding child safety were strengthened. She also became involved in raising awareness about the importance of monitoring the whereabouts of registered sex offenders, which led to further legislative changes in California. Her work in the aftermath of Polly's murder has made a lasting impact on child protection efforts across the country. Polly Klaas's case serves as a heartbreaking reminder of the dangers that children face and the unthinkable loss a family can experience when their child is taken. However, her legacy has contributed to the development of critical laws that have helped to protect other children from abduction. Though Polly's life was tragically cut short, her story continues to inspire efforts to keep children safe and to honor her memory through the work of her foundation and advocates across the nation. In 2002, 14-year-old Elizabeth Smart was abducted from her home in Salt Lake City, Utah, in a case that would captivate the nation and expose the frightening vulnerabilities in even the safest of neighborhoods. Elizabeth's abduction, the years of captivity that followed, and her eventual miraculous rescue would go on to highlight the resilience of the human spirit, as well as the lengths to which a victim can be manipulated. It is also a powerful example of how the nation can come together in search of a missing child. On the night of June 5, 2002, Elizabeth Smart was sleeping in her bedroom when Brian David Mitchell, a man with a long history of criminal activity, broke into her house. Mitchell, who had been hiding in the Smart family's home, broke into Elizabeth's room, held a knife to her throat, and kidnapped her from her bed. The next morning, her younger sister discovered that Elizabeth was missing, and the family immediately alerted the police. As word spread, the media began broadcasting Elizabeth's image across the nation, and the search for the young girl began. Mitchell, who had been living with his wife, Wanda Barzee, had been planning the abduction for months. He told Elizabeth that she was now his wife, and he took her to a remote location where he kept her hidden for the next 9 months. During her captivity, Elizabeth was repeatedly subjected to both physical and sexual abuse, with Mitchell and Barzee manipulating her into believing she could never escape. Despite these horrific circumstances, Elizabeth managed to remain mentally strong, holding on to the hope that one day she would be rescued. For months, Elizabeth's family worked with law enforcement to find her, but leads were scarce, and Mitchell and Barzee kept moving to avoid detection. At one point, Elizabeth was even forced to accompany Mitchell and Barzee in public as they moved around Salt Lake City, but she was never able to reveal her identity or escape. The case seemed to be at a dead end, but despite the public outpouring of support, Elizabeth's family never lost hope. On March 12, 2003, after 9 months of captivity, Elizabeth's escape finally came. While walking with Mitchell and Barzee in a Salt Lake City neighborhood, Elizabeth saw 2 women who recognized her from missing persons posters. Desperate, Elizabeth ran up to them and whispered that she had been kidnapped. The women immediately called the police, and within minutes authorities arrived and rescued Elizabeth. Mitchell and Barzee were arrested shortly after, and their arrest brought an end to one of the most dramatic child abduction cases in recent memory. Elizabeth's reunion with her family was an emotional and joyous moment. She was physically healthy, but had suffered immensely from the trauma of her ordeal. Over time, Elizabeth began to heal with the support of her family, therapy, and the love of the public. She became a symbol of hope for others who had been abducted and suffered similar trauma, and she used her story to raise awareness about the dangers of child abduction and the psychological effects of captivity. In 2006, Elizabeth published her memoir, My Story, in which she detailed the horrors she experienced during her captivity and the emotional toll it took on her. Her book became a bestseller, and Elizabeth's voice as an advocate for victims of abduction and sexual abuse became widely recognized. She established the Elizabeth Smart Foundation, which aims to provide support for child victims of abduction and exploitation, and she continues to speak out about issues such as child safety, awareness, and the prevention of human trafficking. Brian David Mitchell was convicted of kidnapping and sexual assault and sentenced to life in prison, where he will remain incarcerated for the rest of his life. His wife, Wanda Barzee, was also convicted of kidnapping and aiding Mitchell, and she was sentenced to 15 years in prison. Though Elizabeth's case ended with justice, the psychological scars of her captivity remain a part of her story. Yet, through her courage, determination, and advocacy, Elizabeth Smart has become a beacon of hope for others who have been victims of violent crimes. Elizabeth's survival and escape marked a turning point in how the nation deals with child abduction cases. Her case brought about changes in law enforcement protocols, the establishment of more effective alert systems, and increased awareness about the long-term effects of abduction on victims. Her resilience, the strength she found within herself during those 9 months, and her commitment to helping others make her story one of the most inspiring and important abduction survival tales in history. In 1977, 20-year-old Colleen Stan was abducted by a man named Cameron Hooker, who would hold her captive for 7 years in what is perhaps one of the most chilling and prolonged cases of captivity in modern history. Colleen's story, which involved psychological manipulation, isolation, and abuse, would become a terrifying example of how vulnerable people can be to violent criminals who prey on their trust. Her eventual escape was an astonishing testament to her resilience and a reminder of the depths of human strength. It was May 19, 1977, when Colleen was hitchhiking along a remote stretch of highway in Northern California. She had been trying to get home from a visit to a friend's house. That's when Cameron Hooker, a seemingly normal man driving a van, offered her a ride. At first, everything seemed harmless, but Colleen's life would change in an instant. Cameron stopped the van, and with a knife, he threatened Colleen, tied her up, and forced her into the back of the vehicle. What followed was a nightmarish ordeal that lasted far longer than anyone could have imagined. Cameron took Colleen to his home, where she was kept locked in a small room, often in a wooden box under his bed. He told her that she was now his slave, and that he had the right to do whatever he pleased with her. Cameron, who had previously been involved in violent and abusive relationships, subjected Colleen to horrific treatment. He isolated her from the outside world, manipulated her into thinking she was trapped and that escape was impossible, and instilled fear in her that if she tried to run, something terrible would happen to her. Over the years, Cameron's wife, Janice, became complicit in the abuse, and together they kept Colleen in this horrific situation, making her believe that she could never escape. Cameron brainwashed Colleen into thinking that there was no chance of survival outside his control, that her family had abandoned her, and that she would be punished or even killed if she tried to leave. Colleen's ordeal was a combination of physical abuse and intense psychological manipulation, leaving her isolated and broken, yet she managed to survive. The abuse continued until 1984, when Colleen saw a potential opportunity. After years of living in captivity, she managed to escape Cameron's control when he left the house for a time. Colleen, taking the small chance for freedom, ran to a nearby road where a passing motorist saw her and immediately stopped to help. The motorist called the police, and Colleen was safely rescued. The police quickly located Cameron Hooker, and after his arrest, it was revealed that he had kidnapped other women in the past and had been living with a dangerous obsession to control and manipulate them. Colleen's case brought attention to the existence of such predators, and it highlighted how deep psychological manipulation could be used to keep victims in captivity. Cameron Hooker was convicted of kidnapping and sexual assault and sentenced to 104 years in prison. His wife, Janice, who had played a role in the abuse, was also convicted and served time. However, Colleen's life after her rescue was marked by years of struggle to overcome the trauma. Through therapy and the support of her family, Colleen slowly rebuilt her life and eventually spoke out publicly about her experience. Colleen Stan's story is one of unimaginable suffering and eventual survival. Her strength in the face of her captivity and her ability to rebuild her life afterward make her a powerful symbol of hope and resilience. While she was taken from her life for 7 years, she managed to survive, escape, and ultimately help others by telling her story. Her case serves as a stark reminder of how vulnerable people can be to those who use manipulation and fear to control them, and the importance of speaking out and supporting survivors of such horrific crimes. In 2007, the kidnapping of Shawn Hornbeck became one of the most widely known cases of abduction and survival. Taken at the age of 11, Shawn spent over 4 years of his life in captivity before his incredible escape. His case captured national attention, highlighting both the horrors of prolonged captivity and the resilience of the human spirit. The story of Shawn Hornbeck serves as a reminder of the lengths to which kidnappers will go and the strength required by survivors to reclaim their freedom. On October 6, 2007, Shawn Hornbeck was abducted while riding his bike in his hometown of St. Louis, Missouri. His kidnapper, Michael Devlin, had been watching him for some time before pulling up in a vehicle and forcibly taking him. Shawn was held captive in Devlin's apartment, where he was subjected to both physical and emotional abuse. Devlin kept Shawn isolated from the world, and for years Shawn believed that he would never see his family again. Shawn's parents, who had initially been filled with hope that he would return, were devastated when they realized that their son was missing without a trace. The investigation into Shawn's disappearance grew cold as time went on. Devlin, who had a history of criminal behavior, kept Shawn confined in the apartment, ensuring that he had no means of contacting the outside world. Shawn endured unimaginable psychological manipulation during his captivity. Devlin told him that his family had abandoned him and that he could never return home. As the years passed, Sean's sense of self and reality became distorted, and he became conditioned to Devlin's control. Yet, despite the physical and emotional abuse, Sean held on to hope and found a quiet resolve to survive. Then, in 2011, when Sean was 15, he saw an opportunity to escape. Devlin had become distracted, and Sean made a courageous decision to flee. After managing to break free, Sean found a way to alert authorities and was quickly reunited with his family. The news of his escape sent shockwaves through the nation, as the public had held out hope for his safe return for so long. Sean's escape marked the end of a long and painful ordeal, but it also began his journey toward healing. The emotional scars of his time in captivity would take years to address. But Sean demonstrated remarkable courage by speaking publicly about his experience and working to raise awareness about the trauma that victims of abduction face. His case also shed light on the psychological impacts of long-term captivity, particularly the effects of manipulation and isolation. Michael Devlin was arrested, tried, and convicted for kidnapping Sean and other crimes. He was sentenced to life in prison, though the psychological damage he inflicted on Sean could never truly be undone. The case became a pivotal moment in the ongoing conversation about child abduction prevention and the support systems available to victims. Sean Hornbeck's story is one of immense tragedy, yet it is also a story of survival, hope, and recovery. His bravery in escaping and his determination to heal from the trauma he endured have inspired many survivors of abduction. Through his resilience and advocacy, Sean has helped others who have faced similar challenges, and his case remains one of the most powerful examples of human strength in the face of unspeakable adversity. In 1988, the abduction of 9-year-old Michaela Garrecht from Hayward, California, became a case that would haunt the nation for years, captivating the public and law enforcement alike. Michaela's kidnapping, which occurred in broad daylight, marked the beginning of a long and painful search that would continue for over 2 decades, until the discovery of her remains in 2007. The case, which was once considered a mystery, ultimately highlighted the chilling persistence of a predator and the unwavering resolve of a family who never gave up searching for their loved one. On November 19, 1988, Michaela was walking to the store with a friend when she was abducted. As the 2 girls made their way to the store, a man, later identified as Richard Allen Davis, pulled up in his car and offered the girls a ride. Michaela's friend, who was younger, hesitated, but Michaela, trusting and friendly, agreed. The man then grabbed Michaela, pulled her into his car, and drove away. Her friend ran to get help, but Michaela was gone. It was the last time anyone would see her alive. The search for Michaela began immediately. Police, volunteers, and her family combed the area in hopes of finding her, but there was no sign of Michaela. The case quickly escalated as the entire community of Hayward became involved in the effort to bring Michaela home. Despite the increasing number of leads, the trail grew cold. Days turned to weeks, and weeks into months, and still there was no sign of Michaela. Michaela's case eventually became a part of a broader conversation about child abductions and the safety of children. Her parents, Mike and Sharon Garrecht, refused to give up hope. They launched public campaigns, appeared on TV shows, and worked tirelessly with law enforcement to try to solve the case. Yet, even with the media attention and the efforts of the community, the search for Michaela remained fruitless. The discovery of Michaela's remains came in 2007, nearly 2 decades after her disappearance. Richard Allen Davis, who had been convicted of another kidnapping and murder in the years following Michaela's abduction, led investigators to a field in rural California, where he claimed to have buried her body. The discovery brought some closure to Michaela's family, but the pain of her abduction and the years of uncertainty never fully faded. Richard Allen Davis was arrested and convicted for the kidnapping and murder of Michaela Garecht. He had a long history of violent behavior, and his actions ultimately led to him serving a life sentence in prison. His involvement in Michaela's case was not the first of his crimes, and it became clear that Davis had been a serial offender who had targeted young girls. His conviction and life sentence brought a measure of justice, but it did little to ease the pain that Michaela's family had endured for nearly 2 decades. Michaela Garecht's story remains a heartbreaking reminder of the vulnerabilities children face, even in seemingly safe environments. Her case also serves as a testament to the perseverance of her family, who never stopped fighting for answers and worked relentlessly to raise awareness about child safety. The tragic loss of Michaela led to increased advocacy for child abduction prevention, as well as the importance of swift action and law enforcement collaboration in such cases. Though Michaela's life was tragically cut short, her story continues to inspire efforts to protect children from predators and to advocate for stronger laws and measures to safeguard vulnerable youth. Her case also serves as a reminder of the lasting emotional toll of abductions on families and the profound impact these crimes have on communities as a whole. In 1968, a 10-year-old girl named Mary Bell became the youngest person in British history to be convicted of murder. Her case would become one of the most controversial and debated cases of juvenile crime in the UK. Mary, who had been raised in a difficult and abusive environment, was responsible for the deaths of 2 young boys in Newcastle, England. The circumstances surrounding her crimes and her subsequent treatment by the legal system would spark national discussions about juvenile justice, the psychology of child offenders, and the impact of childhood trauma. Mary Bell was born in 1957 in Newcastle, to a mother who was often absent and abusive. Her mother, who had a history of mental illness and neglect, left Mary to fend for herself from an early age. By the time she was a young child, Mary had already experienced physical and emotional abuse. As a result, Mary began to exhibit troubling behavior, which included a tendency to act out violently. It was in this context that, at the age of 10, she committed the murders of 2 young boys, 3-year-old Martin Brown and 4-year-old Brian Howe. On May 25, 1968, Mary and a 13-year-old accomplice named Norma Bell lured Martin Brown into an abandoned house where Mary strangled him to death. Afterward, she and Norma left the scene, but not before Mary made disturbing comments about the murder. The case was initially treated as an accident, but just a few months later, on July 31, 1968, Mary killed again. This time, she lured 4-year-old Brian Howe into a similar location and strangled him. Afterward, Mary mutilated his body and left a disturbing note at the scene. Her actions were chilling and pointed to a deeper psychological issue, but at the time, the full extent of her trauma was not fully understood. After the second murder, Mary was caught after she confessed to the crimes, and her trial became a media spectacle. Mary Bell was convicted of manslaughter due to diminished responsibility, meaning that the court recognized she was not fully responsible for her actions because of her age and emotional state. She was sentenced to life in prison, but her case remained controversial, with many debating whether she should have been treated as a child or an adult. Mary's time in prison was marked by therapy and psychiatric evaluation. Over the years, it became clear that her violent actions were likely a result of the severe neglect and abuse she suffered in her early years. Mary Bell was released from prison in 1980 at the age of 23 after serving 12 years. During her time in prison, she underwent extensive psychological treatment, and upon her release, she was granted anonymity to protect her identity. She later went on to have a family and changed her name to start a new life. Mary Bell's case continues to spark debate about the treatment of young offenders and the role of childhood trauma in shaping violent behavior. Many believe that Mary was a product of her environment and that her actions were a result of the neglect and abuse she had suffered. Others argue that she should have been held fully accountable for her crimes. The case raised important questions about how society should approach juvenile justice and how to balance the need for punishment with the potential for rehabilitation. While Mary Bell's release and her subsequent attempts to rebuild her life were controversial, her story remains a stark reminder of the long-term effects of abuse and neglect on children. It also highlights the complexities of the criminal justice system and the challenges involved in dealing with young offenders. Despite the tragic nature of her crimes, Mary Bell's case led to a deeper understanding of the psychological impact of trauma and the importance of providing support and intervention to vulnerable children before they fall into a cycle of violence. In 1986, 15-year-old Jodi Lecornu was abducted while walking along a street in Honolulu, Hawaii, during the early evening hours. The case of her kidnapping stands out not only because of the trauma and terror that Jodi endured, but also because of the lengths to which her captor went to hide his crime and manipulate the investigation. What followed was a years-long journey to bring Jodi home, and a remarkable example of how victims can overcome even the most dire circumstances. Jodi, an outgoing teenager, was walking home after a trip to the local store when she was approached by a man, later identified as Robert K.C. Jepson. Jepson, a man with a history of violent crimes, was able to overpower Jodi and force her into his vehicle. He took her to a secluded area, where he kept her hidden from the public and law enforcement. Jepson's initial demand was a ransom from Jodi's family, but his plans quickly escalated as he kept her captive. Jodi was locked in a basement, and Jepson made her believe that her family had abandoned her, using psychological manipulation to break her spirit. He threatened her with violence and reinforced the idea that she would never escape. He also told Jodi that her family would never see her again if she ever tried to run. For nearly 2 weeks, Jodi endured unimaginable abuse, both physical and emotional, but her will to survive remained unbroken. She found small ways to resist her captor, even as he maintained control over her life. Meanwhile, Jodi's family was desperately searching for her. The Honolulu Police Department and the FBI became involved in the investigation, but as days turned to weeks, no leads surfaced. The case became more difficult to solve as Jepson continued to move Jodi from place to place, making it harder for law enforcement to track her. The breakthrough came when Jodi saw a small opening for escape. After almost 2 weeks in captivity, she managed to break free while Jepson was distracted. She ran through the woods and into a nearby neighborhood, where a local resident saw her and immediately contacted the police. Law enforcement quickly responded, and Jodi was safely returned to her family, who had been anxiously waiting for her safe return. Jepson was arrested shortly after Jodi's escape, and he was later convicted of kidnapping, sexual assault, and other crimes. He was sentenced to a lengthy prison term. During his trial, it was revealed that Jepson had targeted other women in the past, using similar methods to abduct and control them. The trial also shed light on the trauma Jodi had endured during her captivity and the emotional and psychological scars she would carry with her for the rest of her life. Jodi's recovery, however, was a testament to her resilience. Although she faced immense challenges in dealing with the psychological effects of her abduction, Jodi became an advocate for victims of kidnapping and sexual assault. She spoke publicly about her ordeal to raise awareness of the dangers of abduction and to support others who had experienced similar trauma. Through her work, she helped to change the conversation about child abduction and the importance of providing victims with the resources and support they need to heal. Jodi LeCornu's case also led to changes in law enforcement protocols related to kidnapping cases. The investigation into her disappearance, the subsequent rescue, and the handling of her recovery raised important questions about how law enforcement can better respond to abductions and support families during the search process. Today, Jodi's story remains a powerful reminder of the strength of the human spirit in the face of terror and the importance of hope and perseverance in the fight for survival. Despite everything she went through, Jodi found a way to heal and move forward, becoming an inspiration to others and an advocate for change. Her case serves as a reminder that even in the most horrific situations, escape is possible and survival can be achieved. In October 2018, Jamie Kloss, a 13-year-old girl from Barron, Wisconsin, was abducted in a case that captivated the nation. The brutality of her kidnapper and the courage Jamie displayed in surviving and escaping her ordeal made her one of the most remarkable abduction survivors in recent history. Her story serves as both a chilling reminder of the dangers of predatory behavior and an inspiring testament to the strength of the human spirit. On October 15, 2018, Jamie's parents, James and Denise Kloss, were brutally murdered in their home. Jamie was taken by their killer, a man named Jake Patterson, who had been stalking her for months. Patterson, a 21-year-old man with no previous connection to the family, had been planning the kidnapping in secret. He broke into the Kloss home early that morning, shot and killed Jamie's parents, and then kidnapped Jamie, taking her to his home in a remote cabin about 70 miles away. For 88 days, Jamie was held captive by Patterson in his isolated cabin. He kept her locked up, forbidding her from making any noise and threatening her with violence if she tried to escape or speak out. Patterson kept Jamie in a small room, covering her in blankets and keeping her isolated from the world. The experience was terrifying, and Jamie had no idea how long she would be kept captive. But she remained determined to survive. Throughout her captivity, Jamie was subjected to psychological and physical abuse, and Patterson used fear and manipulation to try to break her spirit. However, despite the constant threat of violence, Jamie never gave up hope. She became increasingly determined to escape when Patterson left the cabin. In January 2019, she finally found her opportunity. Patterson had left the house, and Jamie, seizing the chance, ran for help. Jamie made her way to a nearby road where she encountered a woman named Jean, who immediately recognized her from missing persons flyers. Jean took Jamie to a nearby neighbor who called the police. Law enforcement quickly responded, and Jamie was safely rescued, unharmed but emotionally shaken. She was reunited with her family, who had never given up hope and had been searching tirelessly for her since her disappearance. Patterson was arrested shortly after Jamie's escape. He was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder in connection with the deaths of her parents, as well as kidnapping and other charges. Patterson later confessed to the crime, revealing that he had been planning the abduction for months and had targeted Jamie because he believed she was the perfect victim. Jamie's escape and survival made national headlines, and her strength in the face of unimaginable horror became a symbol of resilience. While she faced challenges in dealing with the trauma of her captivity, Jamie became a source of hope and inspiration for others who have been affected by abduction and violence. She worked with law enforcement agencies to raise awareness about child safety, and her case served as a reminder of the importance of never giving up on a missing person. The story of Jamie Kloss not only demonstrates the terrifying realities of abduction, but also highlights the importance of community involvement and public awareness in finding missing children. Jamie's escape showed that even in the most hopeless situations, survival is possible, and that sometimes the strength to escape can come from within. In 1998, 10-year-old Natasha Kampusch was abducted while walking to school in Vienna, Austria. Her case is one of the most famous and disturbing abduction stories in history, both for its prolonged nature and the psychological effects it had on her. Held captive for 8 years by Wolfgang Priklopil, Natasha endured unimaginable abuse, yet she managed to escape and rebuild her life. Her incredible story of survival remains a powerful testament to the strength of the human spirit in the face of profound trauma. Natasha was taken by Priklopil on March 2, 1998, as she was walking to school. Priklopil, a 35-year-old man with a troubled past, had been planning her abduction for months. He forced Natasha into his van and drove her to a house in the countryside. There, he kept her locked in a small, windowless room beneath the house, isolating her from the outside world. Priklopil told Natasha that she was now his prisoner and that she would never see her family again. He subjected her to both physical and emotional abuse, using fear and manipulation to control her. For the first few years of her captivity, Natasha lived in complete isolation. She had no contact with the outside world and no idea if her family was searching for her. Priklopil, however, maintained an illusion of control by convincing her that she was safe and that she would eventually be able to leave, but only if she obeyed him. He often played mind games, convincing her that no one would believe she had been kidnapped and that her family had abandoned her. Despite the psychological manipulation, Natasha remained resilient, holding on to a faint hope that one day she might be freed. The years in captivity were marked by extreme loneliness and fear, but Natasha found ways to survive. She kept track of time, maintained some sense of normalcy, and used her intellect to stay alert. As Priklopil grew more comfortable in his control, Natasha learned to outsmart him, playing along with his demands while waiting for the right moment to escape. That moment came in August 2006, when Priklopil, feeling secure in his control, left the house to run an errand. Natasha seized the opportunity. She ran from the house and encountered a passerby who immediately recognized her and took her to a nearby police station. The authorities, shocked by her story, quickly launched an investigation to apprehend Priklopil, but it was too late. He had already taken his own life. Natasha's escape was a miraculous and emotional moment for her family, who had never stopped searching for her. For the years she had been missing, they had feared the worst. But Natasha's story of survival was just beginning. After her rescue, she struggled to adjust to life outside captivity. She underwent therapy to deal with the psychological toll of her ordeal and eventually began speaking publicly about her experiences. She wrote a book, 3096 Days, in which she detailed the horrors she had endured and the strength it took to survive. Priklopil's death, while bringing some closure to the case, did little to erase the emotional scars left on Natasha. She later became an advocate for victims of abduction, speaking out about the lasting effects of captivity and the importance of psychological support for survivors. Her story also raised important questions about the effectiveness of law enforcement in preventing such abductions and the difficulty in identifying and locating perpetrators who hide in plain sight. Natasha's case remains a stark reminder of the darkness that exists in the world, but also of the extraordinary strength that humans possess when faced with unimaginable challenges. Her ability to escape, heal, and rebuild her life after years of abuse is a testament to the power of the human spirit to endure and survive. The stories of kidnapping and survival we've explored in this collection represent some of the darkest and most disturbing events in modern history. From the terrifying abductions of children to the prolonged captivity of innocent individuals, these cases highlight the vulnerability of victims and the courage required to survive such unimaginable circumstances. But they also remind us of the resilience of the human spirit, the unbreakable strength that many survivors find within themselves, and the unwavering determination of families to bring their loved ones home. These stories are not just about trauma and tragedy. They are about survival, hope, and the long journey to reclaim a life that was stolen. The incredible escapes, the tireless efforts of law enforcement, and the compassion of individuals who refuse to give up have proven time and time again that even in the darkest of times, there is always a glimmer of light. As we reflect on the lives of victims like Elizabeth Smart, Jamie Kloss, and Natasha Kampusch, we are reminded of the importance of vigilance, community, and support systems. The cases of abduction and captivity we've covered have sparked changes in law enforcement procedures, inspired public safety initiatives like Amber Alerts, and led to a broader understanding of the psychological effects of trauma. But more importantly, they have shown us the power of hope and the enduring impact of survivors who choose to speak out and use their experiences to advocate for others. Though the darkness of these cases will never fully disappear, the stories of these victims continue to inspire us to do more to protect the vulnerable, to fight for justice, and to support those who have endured unimaginable suffering. Through these stories, we see the profound strength of the human spirit and the incredible power of resilience in the face of unthinkable adversity.